Here, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order at 8:37 a.m. Bills and warrants. I did not get a chance to review these yesterday. Can we have just 1 minute to look over this? Yeah, since
Take 2 minutes. And sorry for not getting these to you. Earlier.
Oh, it happens.
Only so much time in the day.
Oh, I got one spelling error.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
You see it too, don't you?
Mice leak.
Yep. At least it's not mice hole. That name is, you can't believe how that name gets butchered.
I think they fetch an Irish, yeah, there's a name that gets butchered.
All right.
I did something, I don't know.
Oh, thank goodness, the jail bill is only $78. That one year, wasn't it like 30 or 40,000 or something like that?
There's always.
Just not. I don't have any questions.
Looks like we had some trouble with the Chevy, the road and bridge Chevy.
That will work that out.
Yeah. All right. I didn't have any other questions other than that. Entertain a motion to approve the bills and warrants for September 10th, 2025.
Do that.
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and meeting minutes. Do you guys have any questions on the minutes or corrections?
I got quite a few, Willie.
Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraph that starts with Natalie. Martha Johnson is spelled wrong. Then
Vern and Pete ought to get together.
Yeah.
and then the next sentence down. Or the next paragraph, third sentence says commissioners that, you gotta take the word she out of there. That her budget.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, the last paragraph on the back page. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. The Sangamon County will celebrate its 150th birthday and as such some funding. Funding, okay. Including, 2 creative film of the county. The word 2 should be in front of create.
Yeah, other than that.
There we go.
So that's what I did for coming in on Saturday after.
Yeah, there, no worries. God, I should do this stuff in red ink just to do like my professor used.
Yeah.
That's all I got, Willie.
The problem is most of our professors are dead now, Scott.
Just about, yep. Back
Just to date ourselves.
one of my
Westerville's
Westervelds
die.
having a hard time.
Oh, shit. That's too bad.
Yeah.
Good guy.
He's a good guy.
All right. Entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes with the corrections for August 27th, 2025.
So move.
All right,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. It's like we are here for our Board of Health. Do we want to, we should have just convened as the Board of Health before the Commissioner meeting, because now we have to adjourn the meeting and reconvene, don't we?
You just convene as Board of Health.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, now convening as the Board of Health. We're gonna look at some funding appropriations.
So this was after our previous meeting.
Sure.
Discussion about funding for the clinic. And that public health had some grant funding that they could use on that.
That was about 20,000.
Well, I think the actual, the ask for now to the end of the year was 12.
Full 6 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to shut up the shade a little bit, I'm getting blinded here by the table.
Oh,
Thanks.
there
I'm sure it'll pass here in a minute, wow, that was. I was having trouble seeing either one of you guys.
Good little green dots.
Yeah.
Basically, what we need to do is just promote authorize, as a Board of Health authorize the public health to use that funding for the clinic.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we just wanted all the commissioners here.
Okay,
That one,
well,
that's why.
thank you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, couldn't be at the.
No,
last
we're
meeting.
sorry for what you're going through, so.
It was no big deal, we had to notice the meeting as the Board of Health anyway, so,
Okay.
it
Yeah.
works out all better.
And you were able to hear the justification for work everything in the last meeting, right?
I did not.
Oh,
No.
you weren't.
He was
I,
out there
I-
for the meeting.
I was totally absent. I did not.
Oh.
Yeah.
Um. So basically, it was a motion by the board to find funding. To support the clinics, or I'm sorry, to support the what's the name of the practice again?
Well, I saw that, I read
Yeah,
I read all that.
the high
Yeah.
country remote there.
Yeah.
Just put it on the record that
Okay.
High Country. Yeah,
Made that, yeah.
to support High Country's presence in the community, and there was discussion regarding the benefit of the community their presence brings. And that it's a good public purpose used for funds. That's the
I
discussion.
know why you're saying that, so I appreciate that. So you just want a motion, Willie?
Yeah.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
I,
Mine just shorted down. So-
There.
Oh, I gotta say aye.
Yeah, we'll have more detailed discussion about the funding proposals for budget season. too.
Right.
So,
All right,
yeah,
that's a good idea.
we had, both the
Learning center.
SFLC and I'm sure remote care come with just kind of their proposals, but yeah, well.
And the SFLC was 25,000, correct?
25,000 at TANF and 25,000 of request for next year out of the lodging fund. And we approved the TANF funding, but we'll have to, approve the lodging tax funding with the budget.
Okay.
All right. Okay, well, should we adjourn our meeting as the Board of Health, or do we have any additional business as the Board of Health? Okay, all right.
No, just
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we'll adjourn our meeting as the Board of Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
There we go.
All right, we have our next appointment, which is I guess we should have corrected that. It says it's at 8:20 AM, but I think we can, say it's at 8:45.
Okay.
Silverton Powerhouse Collective Special Events Liquor License Permit.
I didn't see any problems with this. We're gonna block it off where it needs to be blocked off and, look good to me.
Did Bruce have any comments on this?
no, I checked with Bruce, he was fine with it.
Okay, yeah. I think, they had said that for next year, maybe they'll try and come through with a slew of them all at once.
right.
Also, we should just ask them why they don't just get a liquor license.
Yeah.
So that way they can-
I think that's a good point.
Yeah,
Yeah, just a yearly.
just a yearly
Yeah.
liquor license,
Yeah.
but yeah, maybe for next year. I mean, I don't think they could do it at any time too. I don't think it has to be for, I think they just come back through for the license annually at any point, you know, it's
Yeah.
not like they're gonna lose out if they get it in November instead of January 1st kind of thing,
Right.
so,
No, that makes sense to me.
yeah. Well, maybe suggestion for him, but we'll do that, not seeing any, you know, comments to that, looking for a motion to approve the special events permit liquor license for Silverton Powerhouse Collective.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
I,
Aye. We do not have Martha quite yet, so I think we can go ahead and work on some of our other things here. Let's go down to our new business and we'll talk about the grant award for San Juan County Medical Rescue, Building and Design and Engineering. Looks like,
So we got, if we requested 20,000, we got 20,000.
Yep.
So.
it's great. Yeah, any action that we need to take on that currently? I mean, I know we need to sign documents and make sure that we're all legitimate, but
That's exciting.
that's very
Yeah.
exciting that we're getting that planning grant moving forward, so the medical rescue can get a bigger space.
Yep.
Treasurer's report, do you guys have any comments or questions on the treasurer's report?
Didn't put it in.
I was gonna say, I didn't see it in here, so
Like,
I was like, hope
You guys-
maybe you guys
you
got
guys
it.
got something different in your
Yeah.
back than I do.
It's not on yet. I didn't put
Okay.
it in your pack. So sorry about that.
Yeah,
Jeez.
looks like we're moving on to, I don't quite wanna do public comment yet, but I think we can do some commissioner and staff reports. Does that sound appropriate?
That'd be fine.
Okay. All right, do you guys have any meetings or discussion items here?
I don't think so. I have an ambulance meeting coming up tomorrow and we have a Bonita Peak meeting, next week, next Wednesday. I think that's, can you think of anything? We didn't do anything else with EPA last week or anything like that. I didn't have any meetings. I know, I've just been out of the picture, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Pete,
I was-
triple A?
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one.
Sorry.
Housing Solutions for the Southwest.
Sure.
Had them, unfortunately, their financial director, Susan Baines, who's just this whirlwind financial whiz, passed away.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
geez,
Lost
it's
their
not good.
financial director.
Oh, no, that's.
Elizabeth can kind of cover for them and stuff, as they're looking for a new director, very sad news, so.
Not good.
That's the ones that did that.
Life is.
Sorry, Pete, to interrupt you.
No. That's AAA, they had a meeting, on last Wednesday and I just called Sue and I just said, do you have a forum without me? She said, yeah, I will. They're still working on, a new director and a bunch of, stuff. They're, I don't wanna say they're spinning their wheels, but they are a little bit. The one thing I did, I threw in the meeting before is the lawyers on their bylaws, if you've been on the RAC board for so many years, you get booted out, you know that about that. I just said, I know Martha Johnson's been on it, but she's so valuable. Why are we booting her off? And
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
it's the bylaws and I just stated how valuable she is to us and with other things. So I just threw my 2 cents in and it didn't go anywhere. So last Wednesday meeting, I'm just jammed up. I couldn't make it and they had a quorum, so I didn't make that, sorry.
Was there a director when you first started and then that director?
Yeah, that was,
But that was just briefly. And then
that's a half hour convoluted story.
Yeah,
We don't need to get into it. And
I mean, this is, I've been a county,
he knows.
I've been a county attorney for 17 years and I'm telling you, it's just been ongoing, I think, the whole time.
It seems like.
Yeah.
Well, and she was problematic, to say the least, and now she's gone and without saying anything more,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Cause I think there was even a lawsuit at one point or something.
It's just been one thing.
Yeah, and then we thought we had a real good one and he was all gung ho in charge and one nasty rack meeting combination with ours and he got spooked and he's gone.
And I've said this before, I wish they would reorganize it into, maybe a multi-county IGA format or something
Correct.
like that, because it just doesn't seem to work the way it's formed right now.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
And there's folks on that executive board that just won't, they feel like they're gonna give up some power or something, and I won't go in.
Yeah.
I'm the newest guy, one of the new, not the newest, but,
Yeah, but
so I can't, but I agree with.
But it's hard to get
Dennis.
anything accomplished if those type of things are happening, so.
Yeah, it just seems to be a fundamental problem with the organizational.
One hand's fighting with the other, it's just stupid, just like you said. Anyway, I'll continue to go to those meetings, I'm just, with, with the Terry Rhodes thing and everything else, I'm just doing double time,
You're
so.
working hard.
Yeah.
so.
But that's not their problem, but it's mine. The good news is, we got, Deanne up and, to the Little Giant. She saw all the work they're doing. I've got a picture
Okay.
here. They're done. It's open. And I mean, the beams and the welding and all the stuff they did, it's safe now.
Wow.
If you go up there, it's worth going up
Could I
there.
see your picture?
Yeah.
That's awesome. And how they feel that expansion stuff worked as far as drilling.
You know, they didn't really use it.
They didn't
Oh,
do.
They didn't use it on
Did they
that
just-
because
did they-
A, it didn't come in.
Oh, great.
And two, the new excavator that we worked hard to get did the rest.
Just clawed it out of there then.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were able to kind of just pull a lot of the loose kind of rock, that was off. It wasn't, and it wasn't that,
It's heavy duty fracturing right there.
Yeah.
It's part of the concentric fractures of the caldera going through there, so it's really fractured up.
yeah.
That's just. I mean, it's way wider than it was.
Yeah, they said
You-
they said they can get the dozer around it.
They can get the small dozer on,
Yeah,
which is awesome.
yeah.
Did you
They
see
said
that?
that's,
Yeah, I'll have to walk up there.
I mean, but to see the beams and actually it'll be in the paper. You ain't
Oh,
got
good, good.
the bottom beams and everything else that they did and the cabling. I mean, these guys did it correctly
Yeah.
Yeah,
and they did it,
and
and it was a joint effort with. Using Ken Webb's welder, town this, town compressor. I mean, everybody kind of had a little, it was nice to see the cooperation that we had in
And
this.
that's off to Rusty and his crew for getting on that.
yeah, especially
Yeah.
battling through illness and things like that too.
And I mean, it's safe now, and there were some people, pissed off in the process of the closing, wanting to go by with campers and stuff. I mean, so narrow, I wouldn't even try it near my truck, full-size truck
Have
and,
them come talk to me about that.
Yeah,
It's
well-
ridiculous.
well, now you can't,
Yeah,
okay, but,
I think we should still leave signs down on the bottom of the road that says, narrow
Yeah.
road, don't,
exactly, and the cool thing is the way they did the signage with the help of our lawyer. The signs were up, cleared down because they didn't know whether they're gonna lose a rock or something.
oh, that was.
So down the lower road,
dangerous
correct?
Situation, yeah.
Right, so those were in place. I'm pretty proud of these guys.
Yeah, that's
They're
awesome.
kicking butt.
Yeah.
And thank God, and the new employees working out good. And they all get along and thank God for Louis. He's still blading and helping
Yeah.
and showing his experience, so. There's a little glitch, imagine this, it's between def and regen, so.
Huh.
The amazing new EPA standards,
Yeah.
sorry,
Oh,
but, if def and heavy equipment, it's just, one thing or. So they have a little problem, of course, it's warranty, Kelly Mitchell's on all over it, it's not gonna cost us anything.
nice.
We're good, and that the rest of although we did have the fuel cap stolen on the excavator. Which, that's what they're gonna check out and see if there's anything in there.
In the
I was
tank?
gonna say.
Yeah, monkey
check-
wrench
check-
gang
check-
stuff, we
check
don't
the-
know, we don't know. I'm
Yeah,
not jumping to
oh,
conclusions, but we don't,
Check it.
we gotta
it
check
for- Check it for dirt and I would
Yeah.
drain my gas.
yeah.
Might wanna.
So, they're gonna check that
Get
out.
locking caps.
That's too
to
bad.
replace them.
Locking cap is already ordered.
Yep, yep.
But,
That's too bad, because they're doing a public service by why?
well,
why
and
would you?
they had to walk up there
Yeah.
and take the cap off. Anyway, I can't, you
Too
know,
bad,
you wish you had a camera on
but
that.
they haven't run it since, have they, or did they? Well, they must have been.
Yeah, they had to run it a little bit.
All right, but
But
it's,
the mechanic will take care of it.
okay,
Everybody's on top of it, but, I don't like to hear that, and we'll get a locking cap and, you just don't know. If you're gonna steal a cap off, what do you want, what are you doing? Cause it actually twists on and off, then are you vandalizing, what are you doing?
that would be my guess.
So. That's all I got.
Had a meeting with, well, actually, let's keep going. Road and Bridge, speaking of butt kicking here, their next project is lifting County Road 2 and doing their overnight closures and work on County Road 2. And Rusty asked that we maybe discuss today just a little bit of recourse if the BLM tries to throw a wrench in the works. They've had some problems working, particularly with Dave Andrews Memorial and the right of way on the top of Cinnamon Pass. And Rusty's a little concerned that you know, he's notified the BLM that we're going to be doing this work, and he's concerned that he's going to get pushback. That BLM is going to need to go through a process, an approval process before they start doing that work.
For our own right away on our.
It's all right away.
It is.
I
We
agree.
just had this discussion at the last meeting on notifying them.
Yeah, but I think he's been getting a little pushback, so about that they're gonna take some time to do their approval process. And I think it's just, we need to,
Maybe,
we maybe need
a
to,
well-placed call to Kaminsky or something.
yeah, that's just wanted to have the discussion with us all here in the room, what we should, you know, think about for action. Should we, a call to Kaminsky?
That'd be the first start.
I would,
sure.
I'd say that, you know, might take care of it.
Yeah. Also, another item to probably express our concern with is that BLM today is having a meeting for the listening session for public
Thank you for
comment.
bringing it up.
Our Deanne is gonna try and go to represent us there. But with that meeting, we got less than 2 weeks' notice that the meeting was happening, and there is no Zoom or electronic things, and so with a conflicting with our commissioner meeting, we're left without representation.
Saying they
We're
want
left
feedback,
without
but do they really?
great
What-
representation
Is
for
this
our.
just general feedback, or is it something specific?
It was their
All their plans for,
recreational plans.
all right.
Yeah, it's kind of a big meeting.
That's almost.
It's in Gunnison and Red Mountain's closed. For us,
That's it.
B, it's on a meeting, they know we have this meeting,
And
and then C, the no Zoom,
yeah,
so.
It's all
Not,
coming down.
not extremely
Coming,
friendly.
it's coming
Yeah.
down from the top. And it is that almost illegal for only 2 weeks of public comment? I know they're doing that on purpose, but.
No,
That's-
the public comment, I mean, and I think they had another meeting somewhere else in the state earlier in the year.
Yeah, that can't be their public comment.
But, yeah, it's we just didn't get notification of the meeting.
All right, but you didn't get notified, so we couldn't get notified, and we just heard it through Deanne, we just happened to, well, you heard about it.
actually, I heard about it, but not in terms of being a representative for San Juan County. I heard about it for the single track, that there were gonna be a lot of recreation partners there.
Yeah.
And that it was kind of like a summit of what was going on. And single track was trying to field somebody to be there too, but obviously.
That would be nice.
But it wasn't pitched to me as a listening session for public comment of, you know, our public lands. For sure.
Or a presentation or something
Yeah.
like that, or,
Yeah,
Kind of, yeah.
but you still legally, on any BLM plan, the public has a right to comment, and there's a certain time period the public is allowed
Right.
to comment.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Right, I mean, I think this is like their first step in that process.
So it's more a presentation of what they're doing, and then they'll ask for public, like, cause it's gotta be. Isn't it like 6 week or 2 month or a month, something like that?
It's a pretty lengthy process,
Yeah.
and it's pretty strict. So they follow that pretty well.
Except for the fact that you can't zoom in and find out what the
But-
presentation is.
That seems
To me, that's a problem.
That's,
in today's
That's
day and age, in today's day and age.
Pretty far from transparency, I think.
you're right. No, you're right.
Well, there must be a recording of it.
I think that's probably a good thing is that we can ask for a recording for it and we can, discuss any kind of written comment we need to make.
But in the call to
Communicate.
John, that would be one of the
Say,
first
hey.
things to bring up. It's like, do you remember that we're over here on this side?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I mean, just express that it was really difficult for us to field anybody to send there.
Right,
And with the short notice and the, road construction, and all the things and I can do that. Let me see, I also had another one that we didn't really get great notification of. We got a very last minute notification that Senator Hickenlooper was gonna be in Uray County. So Dana and I, and actually Jake Kurzweil was over there too for MSI. To go talk to Hickenlooper and
How are you notified?
Lisa sent emails to Willie and I that both ended up in our spam boxes. She's been sending mine to the wrong email, so I've corrected that with her. Again, I corrected it with Helen before, but hopefully that is corrected. But
Me and
it was
Scott
good.
are stop liver.
It was really, really good that Dana and I were able to communicate a little bit about it before we went. Because we got very little time to speak to the senator. And this is something that I wanted to talk to you guys about before writing a letter, but just telling him like he came through Silverton. He just didn't stop here. He came over Red Mountain Pass to go to Durango to do another
He's
meeting
done that.
there too.
he's
And-
done that before, like he
And it
came,
just,
and there was some kind of award thing he gave like Pete his award and then kept on going and didn't even stop to talk to a commissioner or anything like that. That's not right.
it's,
Yeah.
it was really difficult. I probably had about 90 seconds to speak.
What were you able to say?
Not a lot. Was able to,
Introduce yourself.
basically introduce myself, talk a little bit about, Dana talked about some things and I talked about some things, but we talked about, education and just kind of the attack on education that's going on at the federal level.
Sure.
And we got to talk about, and I talked a little bit about healthcare. Dana talked a little bit about, environmental pressures and BLM stuff and Forest Service stuff, but I didn't get to mention that at all. I didn't have time. We didn't get to mention,
Would have been a good one.
I didn't have time to
Yeah,
talk
I
about
do.
builds,
Yeah.
didn't have time to talk about the EPA, didn't have time to talk about hardly anything. And what was really frustrating is because, they go around the circle and it's anybody who shows up to the meeting gets 3 minutes to talk. And so Uray County was well represented with every special interest group that wanted to be there and speak. But when it comes to San Juan County and our elected officials and our, or any of our special interest groups, Jake's the only one who got to speak for it.
That's not right.
For MSI. And I mean, Jake got more time to speak than I did. So, it's like, it was really frustrating to have about 90, to drive 2 hours over there with construction stops and, at least.
And get 90 seconds.
And get 90 seconds. So it was disappointing.
Could we just contact his aide and express our unhappiness with the situation that if Hickenlooper is coming through a small town, that he should actually stop for a half hour and visit with county commissioners. That just bothers me when they're here. Corey Gardner used to do the same thing. We never ever saw over. I think it's good politics to stop in if you're on a little tour, then you stop in every town. You don't have to take very long. And we could send in that letter, just say, this is what we didn't get to say.
He stopped for his 10th photo op at Crystal Lake up there. So that time could have been spent here in our community instead.
Yes. But I'd say we send some kind of letter to his aide.
Yeah.
Cause that just bugs me.
Yeah.
That's happened, several times.
I'm glad you were there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
no,
waste that time.
Thanks for making the effort. I'm
Yeah.
just sorry it wasn't more productive for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, those are my two main ones. And then I had one other question here, that since we have our attorney in the room here, I've been trying to make it to as many of these sword meetings as I can, but they're scheduled in the afternoons on Wednesdays of our day meetings, so frequently our meetings run over into the time period. I think they start at 1:30 or something. So, Becky usually is my proxy, but, or Amy if she's there. But another employee of San Juan Health reached out to me that they were going to be going to this meeting, and I said, you know, if you're going to be the only one there, maybe you should be my proxy vote. But there could be a conflict of interest because she also runs a private business that is receiving funding through Sword as well. So is that something that I can say you can vote, but not on things that you might be receiving funding through for your own business, or is it just better and cleaner to say sorry?
So,
She's an employee of San Juan Basin Health or San Juan Health Department as well. So
is the sword, are the sword bylaws, drafted to allow, members to have proxies?
yes, yeah.
It is, and there's no definition of what appropriate proxy is, or?
I haven't looked through it, but I can definitely go through it. I have all that on.
I would look at that, and if, you know, the problem is, I would imagine quite a bit of what they discuss has to relate to funding at some level, isn't it?
Not always, and not always necessarily funding that would be a conflict of interest for somebody applying, because it's like let's use an example, Bruce Herring, right?
Yeah.
He does, it's same thing, it's counseling services
Uh-huh.
for members too. So if Bruce, if Bruce were to go and represent, the county as an employee of San Juan Health Department, but also has his, private practice that potentially gets funding through that.
Mhm.
Rob Roof or anybody, that this would be the kind of.
So I get a little bit concerned, when you start blurring the lines between, official capacity, on behalf of the county, then you sort of become a county appointed official to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You're an appointed board member, and then all of a sudden you have a whole set of rules that apply to you regarding,
Yeah,
potentially gifting and all that stuff. And, it gets really gray
Yeah.
and things like that. In terms of the conflict, as long as she abstained from voting on anything that directly impacted her financial benefit,
yeah,
I wouldn't have a problem with that. But again, I sort of like, instead of proxies, I like alternates.
okay,
And then, if, so that way, if you're appointed to the board, then you also, Region 9 does it, then you'll also have an alternate. And then they are a board appointment, and then they're subject to all the ethical rules. The proxy,
and this
I don't know.
and I think it's actually spelled out more as alternate right now too.
Oh, okay.
So,
Proxy means you can vote.
so I've submitted that alternate votes can be through Becky Joyce or through Amy Gardner, who both are employees of San Juan Health Department, and this is run by Region 9, Heather Otter's in charge.
Yeah.
So Heather actually came up and had a meeting with Becky and I, and we talked about just how to make it work for San Juan representation, since we have our meetings on Wednesdays and it often conflicts, that Becky could essentially vote for both entities.
So my point is this: when you do your reorganization, each year, you reiterate all of your appointed board seats.
Yeah.
And do you state proxies? Probably not. You probably state, you probably state, yeah, your alternate.
Yeah.
So those people are actually board, county appointed positions at that point. Even if you're an alternate appointee to a board, now you are for all practical purposes, you are a county officially appointed position.
Okay.
Whereas the proxy is different. It's like, Pete's not gonna make a meeting, so he says, hey, would you go vote for me at this meeting? And the problem with that is you haven't really been appointed as the as the county, so it becomes sort of this gray area as to what kind of ethical obligations you have. I prefer alternate appointments,
Yeah,
like Region 9 does.
okay.
That was a
And-
long explanation.
And,
but-
and this
yeah,
is,
makes
you know,
sense.
the meeting's this afternoon, obviously I'm not gonna be able to attend, but, this would be her first meeting going to just see too.
Yeah,
And to be a part of it, cause she particularly deals with substance abuse counseling. And so it's like, it might be the kind of thing where she might be the best representation for San Juan Health too.
so
In this, I mean, honestly, she's closer to the issues, I think, than a lot of us would be.
So I think technically the right way to do it would be to, if she's interested in playing a role in representing the county on that board, then this board would make a motion to add her as an alternate,
Okay,
alternate.
okay. Is that something we should do today, or would we wanna have it like an as agenda item for notice and whatnot for another meeting?
I mean, is she sure she wants to do it, or she's gonna sit in and observe today? Maybe you should wait and see.
Yeah,
if
maybe,
she's-
maybe we'll wait. Yeah, we can wait and see
Yeah.
today, yeah,
Yeah,
cool. Alright.
You may
Makes
not
sense.
go back and.
She might not wanna go back after hearing it once.
you've done this for a long time with Region 9. Does that make sense to you?
I know exactly
Sure.
what you're saying is.
Yeah.
That's the way I
Alright.
would.
Then we know exactly who's representing across the board
Sure.
and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Yeah, and
Makes
probably would be best, you know. And then I guess at that point too, for, you know, thinking. We wouldn't need to like take applications or anything like that for something like this too. Okay.
And do you have an alternate for Region 9?
Yeah.
Who's the alternate?
Uh,
Somebody other than this
one
board,
of the commissioners.
one of the
commissioners.
Yeah.
but you listed on the
It's,
reorganization.
it's listed on the.
Yeah, so let's just do that with that.
Okay.
And any other boards that you guys feel like you might want an alternate on. Representing, and sometimes the bylaws require it to be, you know, county commissioner or something like that, and it wouldn't work for that, but, like Region 9, for example, I don't think they care. So, long explanation, but
No, that's all right. So thank you for that clarification, because
Yeah.
I was struggling a little bit with it to figure out
Sure.
how to frame it and I thought it was good use of legal advice.
yeah, and then they should be told then that this is an appointment by the Board of County Commissioners, and you are subject to ethical rules and everything else of a county official.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
All right,
That's
thanks.
perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dan.
she could probably come to the next meeting if she really wants to do it too, you know. Hear from.
I don't want to
listen
scare them
commissioners.
off.
No, but we can talk about you know, the importance of conflict of interest and things like that, so.
Good.
Yeah. All right, well,
I have
one more,
one little tiny one
Alright.
for you guys that are going to the planning meeting, Bonita Peak. Hopefully it's a non-issue. But what's happening right now at the Lackawanna Bridge is because of their late deployment at Pond 4. They normally pay a landowner where the water wagon was and the pump out of the Animus. If you picture that over the
Right.
powerhouse,
yeah,
right? Well, they don't wanna pay the landowner for the water and the pump, so they're using our staging area for our water trucks.
and driving that water truck, that really heavy water truck, and.
Right, well, okay, you can go on with it, right, there could be a
I
point.
didn't think they were bringing that water.
I think it's a different rental water truck.
I think they were gonna get.
It's a smaller one, it's not the
Not the
scraper,
one.
not the scraper, no.
Okay.
So, but that's not the problem is, they've got their pump there. And we use that for our water trucks, and Rusty just said, hey. Since you're using our thing, can we just use your pump? And he said, no, I have to be involved in the pump. And you have to call me. I guess I won't use a name, I want to really bad, but I won't. A gentleman that works for ER, and So they kind of said, you know, look, show us and the water truck drivers one time, we won't screw up your pump. We're capable people and we can use a pump, okay? And then we're all good, just a little give and take. You're using our area, you know, right? Because otherwise they can't get in there and we can't even get our water trucks in there and get it. So since you don't want to pay the other guy and do that, let's just a little give and take here. Should work out. But like I said, this particular individual is we've dealt with him before, is being kind of hard-headed about it. So might be a thing for you guys to talk to Athena or somebody about.
You know, Athena mentioned it at the meeting when she was here, that they wanted to use that site, and we
Right.
were okay with it.
Yeah,
But what we
absolutely.
didn't realize
Got
is that they were gonna put an obstacle in our way to where we can't use it.
Which she didn't want. This is an ER thing and a certain individual that's saying, I don't trust you guys with our pump. Well, we're all trying to play nice here. You're using our area.
Yeah.
And we still need to run our water trucks and you guys are here for a month and a half, maybe 2 months,
Yeah,
and we use it almost year round.
Yes.
So just let you know,
okay.
if it comes up, you're ready for it. And I know we're overrun, so go ahead.
They're probably also need a reminder, because I'm sure they're not. When they were using our water pump station out at Eureka last year, did they file for how much water they were taking so we could prove their water rights?
Yeah,
They did.
They did. keep track.
Good. No,
So, yeah,
They did
that's,
keep-
that's a really good thing.
That's great.
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah,
track of
they
it.
did, they did a good job.
Yeah,
Athena did a
That
good
helps
job
us keep them.
keeping track of all water they
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
use those
So,
like that.
Cool.
All right, thanks.
Hopefully it's
Yeah.
ironed out before it even goes, but
Yeah,
I just want you guys to be
thanks
aware
for-
of it.
Thanks for
Okay.
dealing with that,
Yeah.
sure.
All right. We're ready for you guys.
Fire truck.
Sorry, we were a little ahead and now we're a little
Yeah,
behind.
sorry. That was,
Hopefully it will be fairly smooth.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Good. How is everyone?
Great.
Really, all I've got is the July financials, which you should all have a copy of. Let's see, so the first page, the transmittal number 7. There's the usual expenses as far as paying La Plata County staff and the $2,000 that's included in there for therapeutic services. And then Chrissy's wages and benefits and expenses. We had a bill for a dentist for a little bit of was that child support? That was, I don't remember what that was now. Oh, probably the AAA contract. I don't know.
Yeah.
It wasn't very much, whatever it was.
Yeah, it was very small.
It was a while ago now. Then the 1313 to Larimer County, that's the annual Colorado Department of Human Services, no, I said that wrong. Colorado Human Services Directors Association dues. And so every county has dues to pay into the Directors Association. So that's San Juan County's dues for the year. And then the $3,977.80, that's pass-through funding that we were able to get a grant through San Juan County, which helps support San Juan County adoptive and foster families, but there's not very many of them. And so we pool it with a La Plata County grant, and so being able to provide some regional support services for adoptive and foster families. So that was just a pass through. That's the first page. The second page, as always, the most interesting piece is the very bottom line, the second column from the right. And as of the end of July, we were $5,473 in the black, which is great because then once the property taxes stop coming in for the second part of the year, that will go down. So we're in really good spot for 7 months through the year. Otherwise, there weren't really any unusual expenses in July. And then the last page is the state fiscal year comparison to our allocation to our expenditures. And of course, July is the first month of the state fiscal year. So not very much of the year had been expended and all of our allocations look great. The two that are highlighted for the core 100%, that again, as we talk about, we always spend down our 100% funding first, and then we go into the 80-20 funding because that way there's no cost to the county for the 100%. And then the LEAP funding, the leap year, low income energy assistance program is October to September. And so even though this shows the state fiscal year, that actually is a federal fiscal year, and we're fine with $98 remaining of that for August and September, because the leap year really is November through May. And so Chrissy will probably be attending training this month or next month, but that would be the only expense we'd have in leap. So we are in good shape. Any questions about those financials?
No. Make a motion to pay transfer #7 in the amount of $16,509.90.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And then the only other piece of financials that I just wanted to touch base with you on is, of course, June was the end of the state fiscal year. Thank you. And so the state does what's called closeout through July and into August, which is where all 64 counties across the state get their allocations sort of redistributed if needed. If somebody overspends and someone underspends, and those monies can switch.
Sure.
And then if a county is overspent and there's not a way to get funds from another county, then the county has to pay the difference for county only funds. San Juan County closed out very well. We didn't have to shift any funds from other counties to us. We weren't overspent in anything. The one thing that we did was our TANF funds. Actually, we didn't spend as much as we thought we would last year, because there had been a family or two who were receiving TANF benefits, and then all of them went off of TANF throughout the year at various times. And so about $2,200 of our TANF allocation went back to other counties, because our reserves are already at 100,000. And so we can't go over 100,000. So that didn't cost us anything, because if our funds revert to another county, we don't have to pay the county share of that, the maintenance of effort. And then it's able to help other counties. Next year, I don't think it'll be an issue, because we'll have that additional $25,000 contract with the Family Learning Center. But I'll keep an eye on the TANF funds throughout the year to make sure that if we want to shift anything to use our allocation fully, that we do that while keeping those reserves as high as we can. So closeout looked great for us. Any questions on any of that?
No.
A lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes. So I don't know what all the state does, but they shift a lot of money around in July and August to make the year before close as smoothly as possible. So those are my updates. Chrissy, did you have anything you wanted to share?
Not, does anybody has questions?
I have a question for you.
Okay.
I know of a couple of people that have no medical insurance, and I said, come talk to you. What could you do for them?
So they can apply for Medicaid.
Okay.
All they have to do really is qualify by income.
Okay.
Fill out an application, give it back to me, and that's it. They can also apply online. They don't have to come to my office. If they do have questions, they can come and talk to me whenever. I
Okay,
don't really take appointments, so whenever they have time, they can just.
I'll just pass it on to them.
Nice.
And if they don't qualify for Medicaid, then Chrissy can refer them to resources to help navigate the marketplace. Thank you.
Yeah, because that was, I think, one of the folks' problems. They may be just barely above, that low income, but they still can't afford.
So they could be eligible for tax credits. So if they apply for Medicaid, they're denied, they could be eligible for tax credits, which help pay for their own insurance through the marketplace.
Okay, no, I'll definitely pass that on.
Yeah. Starting with Chrissy is the best place, because then she can direct them if they're not eligible.
And there are brokers that are available to walk people through that process also, once
Okay.
they are denied for Medicaid and pursue the tax credits.
Okay,
And actually, that question just made me think of with House Resolution 1, which was the federal legislation that passed that'll have big changes on SNAP and Medicaid. Right now, we don't know exactly what those will look like. We don't know exactly when they'll be implemented. We know that people are very nervous about it. The first changes that'll happen will be in SNAP and food assistance. And more people will have to meet work requirements to continue receiving their SNAP benefits. So the population that's required to do work requirements, some people already are, but there'll be more people who are required. And that can be tough to do. And particularly in a really seasonal place like San Juan County, it's really hard for someone to get their 80 hours a month or whatever it needs to be to maintain their SNAP through the winter. And there's lots of criteria that go along with that. And then also there'll be some narrowing of the immigrant populations that are eligible for SNAP. And people who are here legally, who have been eligible for benefits up until now, that will change also. Colorado and all the states are still waiting for federal guidance on that. And then Colorado has to implement their own rules. And the big change that'll need to happen is in the CBMS, the Colorado Benefits Management System, which is the computer system that Chrissy and all the rest of the eligibility technicians around the state use. That computer system will have to be updated with the new rules, which we're expecting will not go smoothly, because typically when they make one change in CBMS, something else shifts. So probably we'll see the first changes in the spring, we're guessing, because it'll take a while for those processes to go through. And then there'll be changes with Medicaid starting January 1st of 2027, where there will also be work requirements for people that don't currently have work requirements. And ultimately there will be more costs to the state and counties for both Medicaid and SNAP because of the way funds are shifting. So I know people are really nervous about it. Right now, everything is continuing as business as usual. We will see some impacts within the next 6 months, probably in SNAP. In the next year and a half, then we'll start seeing impacts on Medicaid. And of course, as you all know, Colorado's finances are in trouble too. And so there are also changes be happening as far as probably not as many services that are covered by Medicaid will be covered in the future. Probably some of those things will be reduced. Healthcare policy and financing is looking at that really closely, trying to do the least harm to people with having to reduce costs. So just a lot of unknowns, which are making people really nervous. But I just want to let you know that right now, benefits are as usual. People should continue applying like they always have. And we'll update the website and update information when we know more.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, there's just that cloud hanging over all of us. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's anxiety provoking for people for sure. Anything else?
Special legislative session, did you see anything dramatic coming through for changes for human services, particularly for education?
Yeah, nothing dramatic for human services. The biggest thing which may impact human services is the tax item, the thing that'll go on the ballot in November, which would be to have a tax increase that'll help pay for healthy school meals for all. And that's where kids don't have to pay for their school meals. That wasn't fully funded, or I think maybe it's cost more. I keep looking at Representative Stewart in case I'm getting anything that's wrong. But it wasn't funded at the level that it's ended up being used. And so if this ballot initiative passes with the voters in November, then there'll be money raised to cover the healthy school meals for all kids across the state, and any funding that's left over then will be directed to SNAP to help offset the costs of either SNAP outreach or SNAP administration. So that will be on the ballot, and then it'll be up to
So they're asking
voters.
voters to okay a tax increase. It's not like the problem sometimes has happened is a ballot issue will pass, but then they gotta rob Peter to pay Paul. It's like, you gotta fund the schools, so, okay, the voters said we have to fund the schools, but then we gotta take from the highway fund or something to fund those schools, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, this would be an actual tax increase.
Okay.
So we'll see if it gets voted through in November. That was the biggest thing for human services that came out of the special session.
Okay. All right.
I had
Yes,
one more
yeah.
question too, just
Uh-huh.
trying to understand a little bit of the financial struggles that the Silverton Family Learning Center is going through. Just, I understand that like universal pre-K funding was cut from the federal level, and then the Colorado preschool program, was cut in funding as well. But are other, regional preschools, I kind of asked about this at CCI for regional guidance, and I didn't really, in different communities have very different models. Uray County has kind of like an in-home preschool, 2 of them actually that are in their affordable housing subdivision, and San Miguel's in a whole different realm of what they do. So I just curious what you've seen in La Plata and some of the regional areas. Are they struggling with the funding as much as Silverton Family Learning Center is at this point? Or is it one of those things where just like because of our size and how small we are, we're just being disproportionately affected compared to some of the regional?
Yeah, I don't work deeply in the childcare field, so I can't tell you really specifics. What I've heard is that the smaller a community is, the harder it is to sustain their childcare, especially with the new model.
Sure.
My understanding from Silverton Family Learning Center before Universal Pre-K got started was that they were able to use the Colorado preschool program for more kids. I think like 12 kids a year even maybe would be fully funded through that.
Yeah.
And so then that money all got shifted into Universal Pre-K, which only pays for 4-year-olds. And so it depends on how many 4-year-olds you have. And so then any kids younger than 4, unless they have special needs and meet certain criteria, aren't getting any funding through that program. And there is the child care assistance program that runs through counties, but most families in San Juan County don't qualify for that because it's based on income and also work or education or training.
Yeah.
And right now we don't have any Silverton families who have applied for that who are eligible.
Okay.
So I think it's smaller communities where the big difference is the Colorado preschool program that paid for kids of more ages, a broader range, and now UPK pays for only 4-year-olds.
Yeah.
So I think that was the biggest thing. I did talk to the director in Logan County because they had been using a significant amount of their TANF reserves to help support childcare centers. And he said they've had to stop doing that because it's not sustainable, as we had the conversation,
Yeah.
and one childcare center is closed. So it is definitely not unique to us. I think it's just so obvious because we have the one
Yeah.
childcare resource.
Okay.
I think Dolores County is unique, but they actually have a mill levy that's earmarked. It's a 3-purpose mill levy that they got through that, a third of the funding goes to daycare, a third of the funding goes to senior services, and a third of the funding goes to specifically to sort of this development RICO beneficiary kind of thing. And then I think they also get funding from some of the lodging tax. They opened up the lodging tax to daycare as well. So,
Right.
but that's very unique. But I mean, that may be the model that people are gonna have to look at is direct mill levies.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Certainly other counties are putting initiatives on the ballot and have put initiatives on the ballot to raise lodging tax. That's a real solution for some counties that have experienced problems with it.
Yeah. A lot of counties don't have the benefit you guys do of having so many visitors though.
Yeah.
Dolores counties, I mean. I can count on one hand, I think the lodgers.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of them's a big one though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or maybe not a big one, but a big earner.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else for me?
No, thank you,
We're
Martha.
doing
Thank you.
good. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, well,
Thank you,
And I-
guys.
really appreciate your thoughtfulness and your great questions and
Yeah.
how much you care about the community.
Thank you, Martha.
All right.
Have a good one.
All right, Katie Stewart, you want to come up and have a seat at the table with us? The camera flips around for whoever's speaking, so it catches all.
Very exciting.
We make introductions.
Sure, yeah. So we're the Board of County Commissioners here, so Scott, Fetch and
I'm
I.
the attorney, I'm not one of the board members, I'm Dennis.
Katie Stewart.
Nice to meet you,
Thanks
Katie.
for coming up.
Yeah, of course.
Heat Michael.
Nice to meet you.
And Austin Lashley. Yes,
And
and
that's
Willie
Willie.
took care of administrator.
Yeah.
Communicate.
Communicate, lots of
Yeah.
Thank
emails.
you for coming.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was gonna make it on time, even though I gave myself an hour and a half,
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
The construction has been there.
Something like
I
that.
came up this morning, it was about an hour and
Yeah.
15, it was 15 minutes longer than normal.
Yeah, it was about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I was like, you could, the one by Coal Bank is new since the last time I drove up here.
Oh, it's, we've had.
They're all delightful.
Big projects, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
they-
then big projects going on the Red Mountain side too, with big closures too, so.
Yep.
A lot of people died this year, I hate to say that.
Or
Yeah,
Wow.
this is for long lighting poles though, it's not.
The
for
San Miguel
road
closure.
Yeah, this is this.
Yeah, they're not doing any work.
San Miguel closure on Red Mountain,
Mm.
and then the CDOT closure, which we met with them and talked to them a couple weeks ago about.
Poor CDOT, the most unpopular department usually. 'Cause
They still have to do that.
They,
Yeah.
they have an important job, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, did you have anything you wanted to specifically talk to us about for, legislative priorities and things that are going on?
Well, mostly I just wanted to hear from you all, but I can certainly speak to, I mean, a lot of what you were just talking about with Martha. Regards to the enhanced premium tax credits, which help offset the cost if you don't qualify for Medicaid. Those are set to expire. So they're extremely helpful, but unless Congress passes a bill to extend those will go away, and it'll have really big impacts on San Juan County and Southwest Colorado, where you could see insurance premiums rise for those folks that have been using those credits by up to 300%.
Yikes.
And so Representative Jeff Hurd, who's our congressman here on the Western Slope, he has signed on to support that, but the more time ticks away, the closer we are to a really big issue for our residents here in Southwest Colorado. So I encourage everybody to reach out to him and let him know how important these enhanced premium tax credits are for those that don't qualify for Medicaid really need that help.
We can definitely do that. It was in the 90 seconds that I had to speak to Senator Hickenlooper. That was the main point that I got
Yeah.
across, was that I think healthcare is the number one
Yeah.
issue for this generation, for people today, for our residents, and how important it is at the federal level that they need to start increasing regulation, because blaming the end users for the corruptness of our healthcare system is not a good
Right.
use of our resources.
Yeah.
But that and really, to me, the biggest loser in the healthcare system that we have is the federal government, because the amount of overbilling and fraud, quite frankly, is staggering. I think it costs the taxpayer billions of dollars a year. Overcoding, excess charges, it's
Actually, just even
really
trying to
yeah.
protect themselves.
Yeah.
Where only one or two tests are needed, they run the whole gamut just in case, so they can protect themselves, and they're billing for that, so.
And I will say for Senator Hickenlooper, I haven't gotten great response from our from Bennett's office, and even a couple of years ago with both Bennett and Hickenlooper's regional reps, they basically told me that healthcare in Washington is a 4-letter word after Obamacare, and that nobody wants to touch it. Hickenlooper said that's very much not his position, and that right now he's working on a bill to regulate and insurance costs and make mandated payments for things, and that to hopefully stop this crazy billing scenario that we have. He said it could be the most revolutionary thing that we've seen in our lifetime for healthcare, which would be great.
Wow,
but that's a
big hurdle.
So we'll see. But
Yeah, no, it's very complicated, especially in rural America, rural Colorado, because not only are we rural, but we're remote here, where it's not easy to access much of anything.
Yeah.
And that certainly adds to the cost of care and access to care.
at Silverton, I think we're in a better place. We're trying to, we have some doctors that have moved to town that want to be part of the community and want to service healthcare here and be primary healthcare providers in a way that I think could be really, really beneficial to this community and even, you know, better than the regional options that we have, because what we've seen is that regional healthcare, primary healthcare, emergency healthcare has really declined in the last decade here.
Yeah,
Mercy used to be a very reputable, good hospital, and now they sing this tune of
No.
all right.
Well,
Traffic.
you know, some questions about, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, Hickenlooper asked for some horror stories. I'm gonna give him some.
Yeah, no, regional
Just
medical.
tell 'em, regional medical facilities that used to have great levels of care. You know, cardiac, neuro, all these things those
Right.
services are being exported further away, and they're saying that's because this is a rural healthcare problem. And the fact is that 10-20 years ago, we had better, more metro
We
healthcare
did.
options than we do now.
No, I mean, 100%. Yes, I very much agree. It's hard. I don't have a primary care doctor.
Yeah,
I live in Durango. I haven't had a primary care doctor in probably 6+ years because every 6 months they'd move away.
yeah,
So I just stopped
Hard to
crying.
get one.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So I'm like, never mind.
yeah.
There's a new place in Durango, it's called the Durango Direct Primary, I think. something
Okay,
like that.
yeah.
You want to talk to them, it's a subscription service.
Yeah.
And so far I've been delighted with it, it's
Okay.
reasonable, my kids can go as many times as they want for free under the subscription, $100 a month.
Yeah.
But I didn't mean to cut you off, you
No,
don't
it's
have the
okay.
right
Yeah.
to, it's just that I do think it's regional and not just,
No, yeah.
Right, no, it is like
Yeah,
healthcare.
and it is, and yeah, I mean, you can really extrapolate it to the whole western slope at least.
Right, and it's I mean, it's a network, it's a system, so when, when things happen in the metro area, it kind of trickles down to here and vice versa. So ensuring that we have good healthcare here in the western slope means that it's great for the whole state, because now Denver, Colorado Springs, they're not having this influx of patients from western Colorado. They're needing care. So yeah, it is very complicated and nuanced.
Yeah.
And something that I've been working to tackle along with many other things. You had asked, we had talked about SNAP or Martha had, and I actually ran that bill during special session for those two ballot initiatives for healthy school meals for all, as well as covering the cost or help to cover the cost of the increased SNAP administration fee. So yeah, there's two ballot initiatives, Prop LL and Prop MM. And one is to ask for a tax increase, but it's for folks that make over $300,000 a year. So it won't impact our average earners, I would say. I mean, both my husband and I work and we don't make $300,000 a year. So I think in general, we're not gonna see a lot of folks, our everyday folks, that won't impact them. And those that make over $300,000 a year, the tax increase would be $486 to help fully fund healthy school meals for all. Have a reserve, because when it first passed, it didn't fully cover all the kids eating breakfast and lunch in Colorado, which was very short-sighted on their part when they first went to the ballot, thinking kids would be like, no, that's fine. I don't want a second breakfast, because my kids always eat a second breakfast at school now, which yeah.
We joke that my daughter's a hobbit because she
Yes.
has, so many meals a day. She
Second breakfast.
first breakfast, second breakfast,
breakfast.
brunch, lunch, second
Right, yes, yes.
So kids are hungry, yeah.
Yeah, very much so. So that increase will definitely cover the full program as they envisioned it. Plus set aside a reserve, so school districts won't have that burden of covering that gap in Durango. We certainly saw that in our school district. I'm not sure if Silverton did as well. And then the extra revenue will cover those administrative costs for SNAP and help keep food on the tables for folks, because HR1 made, are asking the states to cover 50% of the admin cost instead of 25%, and that's just money that won't go towards food.
Right.
So, yes, that's on the ballot this November. As a sponsor of the bills, the prime sponsor would love for folks to support it. But obviously everybody needs to, do what's right for them.
For that bill too, does that include pre-K funding for schools as well, or is it?
That, so the food is for if you're at the school, whether it's pre-K or K-12, that's just for school meals for all.
Okay.
So that covers them, but pre-K, universal pre-K funding is a totally different beast. And I know very complicated, and not funded as it should be, which is hard.
So right now, we're having a really large problem with our pre-K. Facility. We only have one in town. The county's been a really large sponsor of the pre-K. We funded the construction of the building and own the building. We're constantly, providing additional funding and support for our Silverton Family Learning Center. But right now, they're facing a deficit funding of between $120,000 and $150,000 a year. From 2022, I think. And
Okay.
a lot of the funding gaps that they're getting is in the CPP, the Colorado Preschool Program, and for the universal pre-K funding. But the universal pre-K funding only funds children that are 4 and older.
Right.
But most recently, they were really counting on to the tune of about $47,000 in funding for the Colorado Preschool Program, that they were told until about 30 days ago they were going to receive in 2026. Then, maybe 60 days ago they were told, oh, you're going to get that funding, but we're only going to be able to release it in monthly increments. And then less than 30 days ago, well, it's probably about 30 days ago now, they were told that they wouldn't receive that funding at all. So that was funding that they really were counting on in a desperate financial situation that just was insult to injury for them.
Was that, Austin, was that because the Colorado preschool program on a state level has been cut, or
Correct.
Federal funds are not going into that?
That would be a good question, right? Like, is that because federal funds were cut to the Colorado preschool program, and then the state didn't have the funding for it, or was that something that at the state level was decided? And I think part of the problems that we've been facing a little bit is that with the universal pre-K program funding, that Colorado preschool program funding was not being utilized as much. And so I think that maybe this is a theory here, or at least a question, like, did that Colorado preschool program funding may have been cut in response to universal pre-K funding, but then universal pre-K funding got cut, and so now we're double down on the funding.
Yeah. I don't have an answer to that. Budgetarily during the regular session, we were looking at a $1.2 billion deficit. The Joint Budget Committee, which is made up of 6 legislators, 3 from each chamber, and it's bipartisan work to cut things that would, hopefully not have such harsh impacts. And we work to keep education funding intact. That's still a goal of the legislature. So I don't know if this was impacted by the budget cuts that we did. I can certainly ask that question and get back to you.
That would be awesome, because it's become a very big issue for us in the last 6 months. And then with the transition of directors and things like that too, it's left a lot of essentially the parents of who and the board that serves that, really scrambling to try and figure out how to maintain,
How to survive.
Right.
Right.
And they're literally on the brink of closure.
Yeah,
now.
And just prior to the pre-K, change in funding and stuff, when that was added, I mean, they had a sustainable program.
right,
That funding change that just hammered them and it just, I mean, it made it difficult, but these
So-
last things are just hammered them to the point where
Yeah.
they're hanging on by their fingernails, and only because the county was able to throw a bunch of money at them, but that's like a one-time.
right.
That's not necessarily sustainable either.
Right, so I think Dennis mentioned, the lodger's tax, so this passed during regular session. Earlier this year, I worked with Colorado Counties Incorporated and ran a bill with Commissioner Selka from La Plata County to increase the lodger's tax cap that has been set in statute since 1987 at 2% for counties. So we increased that to 6%. It's a permissive bill, which means that you all here in San Juan County can go to the voters and say, hey, we'd like to up this lodger's tax to 6%, and you can use that for childcare. And I know what's great about San Juan County is you guys have so many tourists, so many visitors.
But we have very few lodging options compared to our neighbors over in Uray who have 2,000 beds. We have like 200.
Yeah. Well,
So,
right, and I'm not quite sure
and
how that would impact, because I know you have a lot of RV sites.
that are really been impacted heavily by the lack of tourism really coming here. Like we're seeing a decline in tourism pretty heavily right now. The town used to have the OHVs allowed in town, right? But the fact is really like we have 700,000 visitors to the Alpine Loop,
Mhm.
and not a lot of them necessarily contribute to the tax base here. Not to
Okay.
the maintenance of the roads or.
We have talked to the Silverton Family Learning Center about the possibility of increasing lodging tax.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We didn't have time to do it for this,
Yeah, it's too late for this year, but
but we also have to be real careful because we have a high sales tax already. And
It's
lodging
10%?
tax,
We don't wanna,
we
yeah,
we don't wanna price ourselves.
right.
we wouldn't be competitive with other towns.
Right, no, and I remember when it was raised to 10% for sales tax, cause I was an EMT here in
Mm,
Silverton.
Yeah,
When we asked for that to help pay for the services,
yeah, so
so. yeah.
with, the county's lodging tax and sales tax were already at like 12.5%, but then the town also has a bed tax that they levy on there, and because it's a bed tax and not like a percentage, it fluctuates for rentals, but between 15 and 18% taxation for staying here already for lodging, which is pretty high.
We would like the option to be able to all these vehicles that are on our back roads, we'd love to have the option to sell them a sticker. It's Colorado Parks and Wildlife now.
Right,
All that money just kind of goes in the general fund. Maybe we can apply for it. We've hardly got anything. But if we could charge for vehicles, that would free money that we're pouring in the road and bridge for all the damage to our roads and things like that. That would help us, because right now legally, we can't charge a sticker on any, like an OHV or anything like that on the roads. And I've always wanted to be able to do that. But the problem is it is being done by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and we hardly ever see any of that money trickle back to us, just a little bit.
Maybe we'll start our unfunded mandate discussion with road and bridge and our county roads. Yeah, I mean, we get and it's a lot of federal land too. But we find ourselves pretty frequently repeating ourselves to all the federal land managers and the state as well, that we're seeing really heavy visitation here, but we're not seeing a lot of funding come through to support the services that we provide. Emergency services are their call volume is only really going up, even if our numbers are going down a little bit. They're responsible for a lot of the recovery on federal land. If somebody happens to pass away on federal land, the counties bear the brunt of the coroner services and autopsies and things like that. If somebody gets arrested on public land, we bear the burden of paying their jail bill. We
Just search and
yeah.
rescue, I mean, we've had
Mhm.
some big search and rescue calls.
Yeah.
Very, personnel, lots of personnel needed for it.
Yeah.
So is it federal or is it state land?
Well, so it's federal land, but we just, you know, a lot of these, like the state collects a lot of money for these stickers for CPW. They collect a lot of money for registration of vehicles and things like that, and we don't receive a lot of funding that trickles back down to us.
So,
for
yes,
For those revenues to
if
maintain,
Yeah, we have
maintain.
to, we have to apply for grants from them
Right.
to do that, and,
Yeah.
and originally,
and
because we were,
frequently,
remember, we were stricter on our regulations, the state, they wouldn't give us grants. Because we were so strict on our, OHV regulations for as helmets, kids having.
And
to
16 and whatever, yeah.
and the last time we
Makes
went
you
for
penalize
funding
us.
for CPW, we actually received it a little bit and we were shocked because. CPW told the 4-county joint, it was Uray, Hinsdale, San Miguel, and San Juan. We went together for some funding to try and get some funding from CPW, and they told us that they did not like to give funding out for maintenance of trails, but only for building new trails. And they said, well, why don't you guys open back up some of the old roads that are no longer usable anymore? And some of them, like one of the examples I brought up was Whiskey Pass, which is up near Lake Emma. It's all private property. We can't open it back up because the landowner would sue us.
And we already have hundred
We-
miles of county
Yeah,
road.
yeah, 100
Right.
mile
100
county
miles.
road.
right, in a tiny
I think-
county.
I think the density in the 4-county area is probably higher than anywhere else.
We don't need
of
more.
off-road
We don't
trails
need
and
more. Right.
things like that.
Well, so if it's federal land, there's not much I can do.
Right.
If it's state land, and what CPW is selling is this $29 or 79, I can't remember the number.
Yeah, it's
a
like up to
state park-
$80 now. They
state
beef
parks-
up every year.
Yeah, state parks access pass, which is to only state land, and not federal land.
But even that, like other counties are facing lawsuits because they don't have the funding to be able to maintain the roads that go into state parks that are county roads.
Right. I'm very happy to connect with CPW and see if there's a way to put the thumb on the scale as far as San Juan County and a grant.
And grants, just basic maintenance, like.
Right.
Pipe and gravel,
Yeah.
Culverts that whole roads
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
you know, there's just all kinds
Right.
of things that we're scrambling to try and figure out funding mechanisms from everybody, you know, it's the Forest Service, it's BLM, it's CPW, it's.
The state could help just in funding more emergency services and search and rescue and different things like that. That's what.
Right, well, and so a bill that I've been working on is EMS. Well, EMS is an essential service. It's not considered an essential service in Colorado, but unfortunately designating it as an essential service would cost counties money. Because it would require a plan for the counties to have with EMS, whether it's funded by you all or a private ambulance company. So what I'm looking at are ways to shore up. So, right now the thinking is treatment in place, which means like right now you can't bill for an ambulance to be dispatched unless they transport the person to a hospital. Treatment in place would allow ambulances to and the service to bill for treatment without transportation, which
That's a really good idea.
Which- which hopefully-
You have lots of calls,
Right.
as you know, you
Yeah.
have lots of calls like.
yeah,
that.
and you guys do it really well here. It was like any call I took here was never, I mean, there was one time it wasn't that exciting, but I'm telling you, it's like strokes, heart attacks, circular saws to the legs. That was.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So,
Rollovers with, you know.
yeah,
Yeah.
Beyond capacity OHVs, drowning from high water
Yeah.
river crossings, it's
yeah,
a
well,
lot.
you guys do it big here, so I think a lot of times they do transport, whether it's to the hospital or to the helicopter, take them to the hospital.
But the ambulance leaves the bay a lot, you know, and doesn't
Right.
necessarily transport people. A lot of people decline transportation, or the classic one, you know, in Silverton is the ash in the eye. The ambulance gets
Oh.
called down to where
For
the
the-
train lets
right,
off
for the-
because somebody got, you know, ash in their eye from
I was like, are there still embers that fly out of there?
No, but that's a classic example of, you know, well,
Right,
you know,
right,
but when it
right.
was cold, not that long ago, like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Huh?
And
Yeah.
it was almost a daily occurrence, you know, that somebody, the ambulance would get called down there and couldn't bill the patient.
Right.
For, you know.
For the, yeah,
for that.
so that's, it's a bill that I'm working on with the EMS Sustainability Committee, and CDPHE. So yeah, I'm hearing you all loud and clear and understand that our mountain communities are struggling a lot and trying to be creative with how we solve those problems, because Colorado's funding is very difficult and we're not in a good place right now.
Yeah.
So how can we
It
give
would,
counties?
it would actually, since and I'm glad that you've been here before, but, just personally, since, August, I go up County Road 2 way more than I want to. As part of my living, and it would actually, I thought after Labor Day, it always tapers off some. It would blow you away if we had a road counter on the visitors we get. Just up the Animas Fork.
Mhm.
And well, and Cinnamon, they're going everywhere from there, but
Yeah.
it's just amazing. I mean, so like Scott said, if there was some way you will see CBW to filter down some funds to us, I mean, it's unbelievable the road uses right now.
Mhm.
It seems to me like the OHV regulation is such low hanging fruit. If they would just allow the counties to require a sticker. And bringing up what you said before, when we drafted that OHV regulation or look at it, it just seems so obvious that the county should be able to recoup some of the costs
Yeah.
associated with the county road use. And especially since there's no road tax being paid at all by these users.
Right,
I mean, it's not like the state doesn't wanna give up their money because they're not getting any from it.
right,
They're not requiring license plates.
right.
Nobody requires stickers.
It's either a sticker or a license plate. You gotta have one or the other. And
One or the other.
and the state's getting. the
How
money
much are
for
they
those.
getting off of that?
Well, it's $80 a ticket or a sticker.
I
for
stand
people.
corrected then. I guess they would be giving up some of their money, but
Yeah,
But we never see it come back to the county.
But we don't get a dime of it.
Nothing,
yeah.
it just goes into their general fund, and they fund projects. That they want, like building of new trails. and stuff.
Right.
And we're unique because we have so many hundreds of miles
Mhm.
and, you know, it's been totally discovered. So that's, you know, we just don't see any benefit.
And I will
Yeah.
say, we don't wanna rock the boat too much. We did get some funding for non-motorized trail grant for mountain bike trails. And we did get, and we are applying for another round of funding for that, for the non-motorized grant. But for the motorized section of it, we just, I think in the last 20+ years, we've received something like $30,000 in funding from CPW for roads.
I have a lot of conversations with CPW.
Yeah.
And so I'm very happy to chat with them, and they're an enterprise. So they're self-funded
Yeah.
through hunting licenses, fishing, these state parks access passes. So yeah, I'm very
Yeah.
happy to talk.
So
Appreciate that.
on the emergency services bill you're working on too, we talked a little bit about, I think that's the legislative priority we were talking about in CCI, was about essential services.
Okay.
About emergency services
Mhm.
folks being essential services.
Mhm.
And there was a lot of questions. It's like, okay, so does it, because it was specifically talking about EMS folks, but we didn't know whether that included firefighters as well.
Firefighters are already considered an essential service.
Okay, all right.
Firefighters and law enforcement.
Yeah.
But EMS is not, which blew my mind because
Yeah.
I didn't know it until Bruce Evans, who is out of Upper Pine. He was the president of the National EMT Association board a couple years ago, and he told me, he's like, Katie, do you know that it's not considered an essential service in Colorado? And I was like, shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also there was the question of how does this apply to search and rescue folks as well?
Yes.
The bill that was passed a couple of years ago that allowed our search and rescue folks to be on our workers' comp
Mhm.
things was huge. It made a lot of folks be covered under our workman's comp for CTSI, but it's also like they're out there putting their lives and their health on the line to help other
Mhm.
people, and it's a service that we absolutely, agree with that. But is that something too that you guys have discussed for search and rescue members? Are they going to be essential services as part of this, or is it just EMS?
Yeah, and at this point, I put the EMS as an essential service on hold. Like, we could run a bill as the legislature that classifies EMS as an essential service, which would be just a messaging bill where you could put some teeth behind it. But like, I said, uh, unfortunately, it would put the onus on the counties to make sure that EMS is funded,
Which
so
we did.
that an unfunded mandate.
We did it with a
Yeah.
2.5% tax increase.
There are some
Yeah.
counties, I can tell you that, would struggle with having an ambulance service or EMS service in their county, because there's not enough tax base to
Right.
fund it, and
Well-
then all of a sudden you've
Yeah.
gotta staff it. And we ran into that in Dolores County, and people were very surprised when we had to say, when we told them, there's no requirement that we have an ambulance service.
Right.
And they said, what?
Yeah.
And then we looked at the cost of doing it. Now, luckily, our ambulance service formed a district and was approved by the voters and took
Mhm.
care of everything. But if the county would have had to do their own ambulance service in this day and age and find licensed
Mhm.
EMTs that would
Mhm.
live in Dove Creek, it was gonna be almost impossible.
Yeah, and that's I mean, yeah, there's a lot of ways to draft this policy, but again, trying to be really mindful of what the counties can do. Because I understand as a legislature for a very long time, we've passed down things. I'm still in my first year.
Sure.
I've only
Yeah.
been on the job for eight months,
Yeah.
but I know we passed down unfunded mandates a lot in the legislature, and that's not something I want to do. I've heard loud and clear from Montezuma County, Archuleta
Yeah.
County, La Plata County.
32 counties, I think.
That's
what the numbers
So here we must do.
Signed on to the unfunded mandate bill.
Yes.
We haven't
Yes.
signed on to it yet, but we're not.
Right,
not
and
yet, so.
and so, it's hard to tackle this, and again, Tabor, for better or worse, we've had it since 1992, but it does change how Colorado can collect and keep revenue. And if we were a state that didn't have, this formula that requires us to return this money, then it would be possible maybe that we had all sorts of money we could funnel down to the counties for EMS and road maintenance, and all the things that are needed just so you all can thrive and, be the tourist destination that you are, and the wonderful community of, what is it, 700 people year round, that stick it
700
out.
Voters. I think they're all
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So I don't get rid of Tabor.
Tabor is well loved by a lot of people, but I don't know if there's a deep understanding of how it impacts revenue, so,
Big thing, people don't understand.
right, so
It's not well loved by counties.
They want the services, but
But
they
they don't-
want it given back to them. So
yeah, they don't wanna,
want-
right,
If you want those services, you have to pay.
yeah. So it's complicated, we're working on it, have lots of ideas. I know there's another bill I'm working on with the county commissioner, CCI, around Prop $123. I don't know if you guys have seen an issue pulling those down, because of the average median income of 100% is oftentimes knocks people out that are everyday folks that live in mountain towns, because they're making more money, but their money doesn't go as far.
Right.
So La Plata County and Archuleta County haven't been able to pull down those dollars, and maybe that's true here. I mean, y'all were in 2011. I could afford a house up here. I think I didn't buy one, but I could afford it now.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I could afford to park here. No, I'm kidding. It's free, but you guys, whew.
For now.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, wait a second. Do I get a parking pass? No. I'm just-
The last town administrator that suggested we charge for parking was,
About running out of town.
basically, yeah.
I was like, don't do that to
Really
poor
was, maybe not
Gloria.
just parking, but.
Yeah, so,
Yeah,
lots of things in the works,
Yeah.
but, yeah,
um,
what do you need? What?
the other, the other suggestion, that we've had for a long time was, staffing a toll road on some of these four-wheel drive roads that we've had. And it was an idea that was brought up at CCI again, and somebody was like, well, we could do that, and I was like, I don't think we're able to. And we've been told,
Legal.
we've been told that it's not legal for us to have a toll road, and I do believe it has to do with Tabor.
Oh,
That's-
that's interesting. I don't know. I mean, it's only if you get caught, right? No, I'm not.
All but that's.
I like that. Yeah.
What, it'd be like Blazing Saddles, you just go put toll booths down.
Yeah,
But
just.
that's what it comes down to, having a county having the ability to charge a sticker, that essentially that takes care of the toll booth.
It does.
But if counties were allowed to charge their own fee because of impacts, because we're not allowed to, I think that would be really the way to go. I do like the toll booth idea.
Old booth on County Road too, a lot of money.
Or you could just set up right by the entrance to town. You see people driving in with those OHVs that they're towing and be like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
If we could set up a toll booth, we could only charge, licensed vehicles, we couldn't charge.
But yeah, we can't
Oh, is that right?
because they pay the
Because that's
sticker.
how the state
Right.
statute
Oh.
says that there can be no
Right.
fees or charges.
Oh,
No way.
Yeah.
Still make a lot of money.
So, yeah. Yeah, and that's, that, OHV stuff is a huge issue
Yeah.
regionally to folks too. Hinsdale has it on the ballot to ban them in
Oh, wow.
Hinsdale
Oh,
County.
they
Uray was-
decided to put it on the ballot.
I believe so. That's what I've heard. Uray County would be very interested in doing the same if
Hinsdale's gonna ban OHV?
that they're putting it on the ballot for the voters. I believe.
Countywide,
Countywide.
really.
very
that's what I heard.
interesting.
I need to get confirmation that they're actually doing that from Chrissy, but
I just texted their attorney on their OHV regulations, so I'm sure he'll tell me immediately.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a big issue, and they're not everybody's a bad player, but they're definitely
Right, no, they're, yeah.
there are a lot of impacts, a lot more impacts to the road than the average Jeeper.
I
Our
very
roads
much
are in the worst shape they've ever been. Our back roads are in the worst.
Really?
Actually, some of our just,
Is that,
it's the impact from.
is that a lot since
uh,
COVID, when everybody just started to flock here, or?
Well, it's the machines.
It's just the machines.
Okay.
Are
Yeah.
what are causing the
And-
problem.
And I wouldn't say it's just our roads. It's our tundra and the
Yeah,
landscape too.
yeah.
There's our road and bridge crew just did a huge project to make one of the more remote roads still accessible. So they had to build a retaining wall on the
Wow.
outside and chip away at the cliff on the inside to be able to make it up
Wow.
a little giant basin. And at the top of that basin, these OHVs that go up there, there's a old lake bed that's, more or less dry, but these guys just go and just tear it up. And just make donuts and go up into the tundra and
Gosh.
just do crazy stuff, so it's really impactful to a lot of the and a lot of that land up there particularly is private, so they're damaging
Okay, yeah,
private property.
you guys
there
are
too, so.
very, very unique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can, if you look on Google Earth at the staging area up in Eureka, all you can see is the donut marks for people
Oh,
in the
that-
parking lot. People try to hill climb or gravel pile.
Yeah.
See, that's a bummer.
It's quite.
Eureka was relatively unknown. You could go up there and camp and nobody would, I mean, this was a long time
Yeah.
ago. But
Yeah, now it's.
Like I said, if you saw it now,
yeah,
just from August to now, it would blow you away. So
Yeah, at
with some of the
least
things I
at
see.
least we have some control. The county owns the land that a private entity has a campground on. It
right,
used to be just a total free for all.
it was a free for all,
But
yeah,
now with a campground, you can, you got limited spaces, plus you have rules and regs, so you can't. You know. Be partying all the way 24 hours a day, they can say you can't stay here anymore, you know, whereas the old. You know, not that long ago, it was just a total free for all,
Mhm.
so that's something the county did. Was in the land trade, we got the Eureka land and turned it into a campground essentially. With a
Yeah.
private entity running,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah. Other unfunded mandate stuff that you guys wanna discuss at all?
Just, I mean, we're just dealing with, you know. Our assessed values went way up, so we
Yes.
collected a lot of money, but now we're juggling this thing whether we can't collect that much money, you know, there's a limit of 5.25% or whatever they're trying to do, so we're. That's again, the taper thing.
paper, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Cause we could do a lot with that money right now. We could
yes.
Fund a failing silver, you know, preschool
Mhm.
Yeah.
and help fund our clinic, you know, our health stuff at the clinic with the doctor, all that.
We've got an issue on the ballot for re-debrucing.
Oh, okay,
In
Good.
order to try and keep some of that revenue, because basically, Willie put together this spreadsheet maybe 2-3 years ago. About, you know, tracking our revenues for property tax and basically. We're just coming up to the point where pre-2008, we're matching inflation for the revenue that we're getting from property tax.
Wow.
So
yeah,
it's really like we've just been staying afloat.
yeah,
We're not, this extra money that we're getting, you know, may seem like a huge increase, but it's really just.
not with all the things that you have to take
We-
care of,
Yeah,
yeah. Well.
Yeah.
That's enough, huh?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's it, that's
Sorry,
what you have going on?
So, we have some other appointments coming up, so, do you guys have any more, questions? for
I
me?
don't,
mean,
thanks for coming.
I'm
Oh,
just,
yeah, of
I'm
course.
just thrilled that you're here, cause, you know, Hickenlooper went to your rate and he bypassed us.
Oh.
Talk, you heard about that,
That bothers me.
Oh, did he bypass you?
Yeah, he didn't,
You want me to say something to him?
yeah,
I will.
please.
I will also, actually, I know his campaign manager, he's a good friend of mine.
yeah.
I'll say, hey,
okay. Yeah.
you need to,
You-
next time.
He was only able to
If you're on
speak
the
for 90
95,
seconds, yeah.
just say,
Yeah.
I'm stopping for.
That wasn't even in our.
Yeah,
That's all we
Okay.
ask, you know, just, and
Yeah.
some of our, well, you know, just, and we can even. Just give them a piece of paper with all the issues, cause we have tons of,
Yeah.
you know, with federal lands and stuff like that too, you know, there's just. So many of our costs
Right,
are related
right.
to things happening on federal lands, so.
well, I
Great,
know that you guys, I feel bad, cause I usually, I don't stuff cards in my wallet, but. Yeah, I mean, I'm your representative at the Capitol, always happy to meet, always available for a phone call. I'll send Willie my cell phone number so he can get it out
Sure.
to all of you, I
Be great.
apologize.
we're just
Yeah.
thrilled that you're here.
Yeah, no, I love to come and visit, usually just hang out with Deanne, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for having me and making the time, and thanks for all you do.
I will say too, just at our CCI meeting, we had like a Western Slope Regional meeting for CCI.
Mhm.
It was awesome. There was very little disagreement among the counties on the Western Slope.
Yeah.
And even though we represent pretty diverse
Right,
political
Right.
backgrounds.
Right.
You know, when we sat down and hashed out legislative priorities, it was amazing how smooth and
Yeah.
how well. You know, and how well oiled that conversation was
Right.
between the representatives on the Western Slope, and especially when you talk to, you know, mountain communities, if you hear something, you know, that's a problem in Uray County or Hinsdale County or Summit County, it's probably
a problem
something.
here.
A
Yeah.
problem here too.
There's a good chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to
Yeah.
be rowing in the same direction.
Yeah.
Instead of circles.
Right, and so circles. All right, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Nice
for your
meeting you.
time. Nice to meet you.
All right. Moving on here. We have
Public hearing.
a public hearing for Christopher Langford improvement permit preliminary final application for campsites. At 1208 Lime Creek Road. Welcome, Christopher. Apologize for the delay.
That's okay.
All right, we've seen the sketch plan for this. We're gonna go ahead and just introduce kind of our rules here. We're gonna be doing for the public hearings that we have. Hopefully we can repeat this once and not have to repeat it every time, but we might. Our administrator is gonna introduce the project. Then the applicants will be given a few minutes to kind of, introduce their project or add any additional information. Commissioners will, be able to ask some questions. We'll open it up to public comment. Then we'll close public comment and we'll open up for commissioner discussion and some more questions for staff and applicants. And then we'll vote. So we'll go ahead and let Willie introduce the project, Christopher. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a preliminary final plan application from Christopher Lang. To construct and operate a three-site campground, plus develop a site for a camp and host, a bathhouse, septic system, driveway and associated utilities, to be located at 1208 Line Creek Road. The adjacent property owners were all previously notified by mail. Access to the site will be from Line Creek Road, also known as County Road 1. The applicant has submitted an application for water rights. He will need to demonstrate that he has those water rights and that the water quality of those water rights are potable. He's also submitted an application for an on-site wastewater treatment system. He'll install electrical power to the bathhouse. He'll need to meet all the requirements required by public health and the state of Colorado for the operations of the campground and bathhouse. You'll need to provide fair proof cleaners. I need a Department of Revenue sales tax license and collect lodging tax and sales tax for San Juan County. The Planning Commission the Planning Commission did review the application at their last regular meeting, and they recommend to the commissioners that they approve the application with the conditions as listed below in the staff report. The commissioners, as always, can approve the improvement permit as submitted, approve the permit with conditions, deny the improvement permit, or table the application pending additional information. Should they choose to approve the application, it is a recommendation of the staff so with the conditions as listed below. Just received some information from the Durango Fire Protection District that was included in the packet. That they had reviewed the application and then had a couple of questions and comments. One being that the access road clearance needs to be 13.6 inches. And that they be able to support 75,000 pounds of it. They asked, they wanted additional information on the size and type and emergency shut off for propane gas supply. And so probably an additional condition would be to add that the applicant meet the requests or conditions of the Durango Fire Protection District. And I think there's already some language in there, but it's not specific to those requests. And I think that's about it.
All right, Christopher, you have anything you'd like to add to your application and Willie's introduction of the project?
Nothing to add, but I do have Lisa there if she's has anything additional to add. She's been helping a lot.
I've been helping the applicant figure out what to turn in and when, and anything to fine tune or clarify. And Some people are better than others at paperwork, so some applicants are capable of doing their own paperwork. And so I've been helping and advising as a consultant in the background, and I can help answer any questions if you have them.
All right, do you guys have any questions for the applicant, or should we open this, or staff, or would you like to open it up for public comment?
I'd say public comment.
Yeah. All right, okay. If we have any members of the public who'd like to speak on this application, please go ahead and do so now. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. As in addition to public comment, I didn't see any additional public comment letters.
No.
Come in
I
for
haven't
this.
received anything since the initial
Okay.
sketch plan.
All right. Okay, well, what do you think, guys? You guys have any questions for the applicant right now?
No, my original question was on water rights, but he's got to prove he has potable water rights, so.
Right, yeah.
That's one of the conditions, and that was my only question. Otherwise, this is a pretty simple application.
Yep.
I've had a couple phone calls. We had that initial letter from the adjacent landowners. And I've had a couple people get a hold of me. But what I like, what's kind of addressed it is one of the conditions that all parking is contained on site and not on County Road 1.
Right.
So that kind of takes care of their concerns. And I won't name names. But so is that part of that's part of a condition kind of settles those guys'
Yeah, no,
concerns.
that's perfect.
Do we need, in addition to the conditions listed, should we address kind of Durango Fire Protection District's recommendations here? Or, it says on their page, it says this preliminary development review does not include a complete fire code plan review for construction. Should we put an additional condition that states, pending approval by the Durango Fire Protection District in their
Yeah,
In their
we
review?
can do that.
Yeah, I think it makes sense just.
Oh, yeah.
Just to add it
There's
in.
one more condition.
Yeah,
they want.
just another condition, just to make sure that everything's hunky dory with them.
Yeah, actually, if you look at number 5, it says the applicant shall provide to the Durango Fire Protection District with all necessary documentation to allow for their review and approval of the project.
Oh, okay, all right, good, yeah, that
already on
covers
there.
it.
Pay any required impact fee to Durango Fire Protection District. So-
Okay, all right.
The other thing I was gonna bring, just to ask, and I'm sure it's that this is seasonal only. It says, the number 12 says we don't have to plow it, so we're not talking about any winter camping. Is that correct?
That's not in the plan yet. I mean, we could experiment with that to see if I don't know, like with it being tents and stuff, I highly doubt people are going to want to be camping in the snow, but there is the ski resort nearby, and so we might experiment with that. Mostly seasonal to start with, I think, just because
Change things, because then it would be a burden on the county.
Well,
We already plowed the road.
they do already plow to the edge of the property, yeah, or to the
but
driveway.
This is an acknowledgement that we have no obligation.
Right, which I like,
I mean, that's
That's why I'm asking.
We do plow the road, but we don't have any legal.
Right,
obligation.
that's why I was asking, though, if it's year-round camping
Yeah,
or seasonal.
so.
I think
Right.
That's pertinent.
No, good clarification.
And there's no issue on the roadway? No, it's already that wide.
The road itself, yeah, it's the driveway, I think, that
The driveway, they want
The
13
Durango
inches.
Fire wanted a little wider or something.
Yeah, and there's no problem with that? By the applicant to widen the driveway? I mean, there's no topography
I
barring
don't
it?
think so.
No.
No, it's grade is basically flat and there's plenty of space.
I don't have
All
any
right.
questions. Are you,
Okay.
are we at the point for a motion?
Yeah, I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, I would, make a motion, to the improvement permit application, Christopher Langford, 1208 Lamb Creek Road for 3 campsites
With conditions.
with conditions.
Yep.
that have been named, or that have been,
Okay,
Talk about.
I'd second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Good luck, Chris.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
All right, we'll go ahead and introduce our next public hearing here. We have improvement permit sketch plan application for Joe Sallow for driveway addition 1301 County Road 2.
Mr. Taylor has submitted a sketch plan improvement permit application for the development of the driveway extension. The property is located at 1301 County Road 2 and will be accessed by County Road 2. The driveway extension will actually cross the MB Mill site, which is currently owned by San Juan County. The property was previously approved for the development of a single family residence, driveway and associated utilities, and it is also used as a vacation rental. Adjacent landowners have been notified via US mail, and the letter was included in your packet. The driveway extension is requested to improve safety to access the property and for snow plowing and parking during the winter conditions. Talked to our road and bridge director, Rusty Melcher, and he has no problems with them putting in a driveway extension where it's stayed, as long as they're building up the driveway and not excavating. And if there's, I mean, there is no plans for excavation at all.
It's all gonna be fill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question that hasn't been addressed, that needs to be addressed by the commissioners is, you know, well, this is an application for an easement, it's across, county property, and, there hadn't been any, request to the county for an easement.
So why are we considering this then? Why are we considering this if there hasn't been an application for an easement from the county?
Well, that's the part of the request is for that easement now.
Okay.
And, basically, a couple of items. One is trying to figure out what, if the county were to grant an easement, what would be the value of that easement? Looking at value of the property as it's assessed by the county assessor, comes out to about $43,511 per acre. The MB Mill site, and if you look at everything that's on the right side of the highway, that's county property, it's about 0.65 acres. But what the applicant is looking for is a much smaller portion. And based on essentially again, the value, the assessor's values, it comes out to about $1 per square foot, and they're looking at a piece of property that's about 3,486 square feet. So they're suggesting a value, an easement fee of $3,486. The property is also located, or there's a wetland located on the property on the site, and was delineated and prepared by Jake Kurzweil. The road shouldn't have any impact. It's being constructed outside of the wetlands and shouldn't have any impact on it. There was also some concern about the potential of the property, and requested that a geotechnical study be done. Troutner has provided us with that information. And also that property is located in, is one of the, identified, properties in the county's environmental ordinance. And we have Mark Rudolph online, he was notified, EPA did a site visit on it, and, their, information from that site visit was, included in your packet. Let's see, what else was there? This was reviewed by the planning commission at their last regular meeting, and their recommendation was to approve the application with conditions. And assuming that the commissioners come up with an agreeable easement fee. So.
I think Commissioner Meisel is gonna need to recuse from this. Does that mean that he should leave and not do the rest of the application here at this point, or?
It's
what do you-
typically best practice, to leave the room, but not necessarily, just cannot participate whatsoever, in the process itself, but listening is not, barred. He's a member of the public as well,
Okay,
so you can listen, but,
okay.
no facial expressions.
Don't even look at me.
Even if he gets buzzed, he can't react.
Yeah.
Um,
It's unfortunate, but there's conflict of interest.
I appreciate you, telling us that, Pete.
yeah. Okay, Joel, if you guys wanna go ahead and talk about your project, and let us know. Any additional information you'd like to share?
Can't hear you.
You're on mute, Bill.
Hey, there we are.
Go.
Yeah, appreciate everybody getting together, taking the time to review this and consider it. It's something we probably should have did from the beginning. But in any case, the driveway is pretty steep. It does pose a little bit of an issue in the wintertime for maintenance and access. Yeah, I guess, we're looking to try to extend that to make it a little safer, not just for us and our folks that come and stay, but also for emergency vehicles and anything like that would have a, little easier time, getting to the house in the winter specifically. We tried to go through all the processes to, make sure we're doing this right, the hydrologist, and, we hired Lisa, and then we got with Tom over at Troutner to kind of make sure, everything's getting done the way that, it should be. The offer for $1 a square foot, we thought was pretty fair. We're going off the assessor's, value, if you will. Yeah, we're hoping that this can be a positive thing for us.
Scott, do you have any questions for the applicant or for staff right now, or should we open it to public comment first?
Oh, I mean, I have things to say, but I'll say it after public comment.
Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and open it for public comment. Any members of the public who would like to speak here? Mark, I guess you're not really the member of the public, but you could have spoke, and you can speak outside of public comment as well, since you've been, questioned on here too, but go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Austin, and yeah, I wasn't sure how to press my hands up button, so thank you for spotting the hand up. I just wanted to relay on that the idea of fill material to build the driveway up is exactly how I would have designed it. There's the possibility of tailings underneath, and so excavation would potentially disturb all of that. And then, yeah, I just wanted to make that statement that fill to build that up. And then whatever type of, shoring along the side, either boulders or riprap, to ensure that the stability of that would be how I would recommend it. And that's it. If there's questions for me other than what I stated, have at it.
Thanks, Mark. All right, any other public comment? Members of the public want to speak at all?
I think maybe I should.
Sure, go for
I'm
it.
helping Joel and Emily and prepared their documents for them. And the reason, I put the easement, the access easement request wrapped into the land use permit application, so that was my doing, not Joel and Emily's. So based on the planning commission discussion, I turned in some updated plans. And I fine-tuned.
Or you can come up to the table if you want, Lisa.
Sure, thank you. I fine-tuned the easement. I turned it into a triangle instead of a strip. And that's because I feel like the fill will sort of have to build up the county road shoulder and place, from a bird's eye view, a triangle of fill. And so this is just the purpose is just to lengthen the driveway to make it less steep. And a big part of that is for the locals that maintain and clean the cabin. And so then I noticed that the federal government had wetlands delineated on the site, so we had Jake come out and do a study ahead of time to make sure we wouldn't impact any wetlands. So I added the wetlands to the plans because that was discussed at the planning commission meeting. And then, so here, this is part of the MB mill site and the THW mill site. And this is the tailings ponds lands that the county acquired from Sunnyside. And so this portion of the MB mill site is just this little piece right here. Most of the MB mill site is under the tailings. So this is just the bottom end right there. So this is kind of a helpful map. This is an old Shenandoah Dives plat. Right there is the property we're talking about for the driveway extension right there. And there's the general load. And next to that is the THW. So just a little bottom piece of these claims that the county just acquired are below the county road too. And then at the planning commission, we also talked about if this driveway might potentially ruin, something that the county could use for affordable housing. So I laid out a building envelope right here. And it's not very big. It's this hatched area right there. That's the building envelope that would be on the MB mill site if the county were to want to build something affordable housing or otherwise there.
Anything.
Mhm. That's about 1,500 square feet of building area based on the setbacks.
Unless
But
the
it-
county was willing to,
Mhm.
do something with those wetlands where, they take out those wetlands and create wetlands other than it's a much bigger building area.
Yeah, this has a 30-foot setback from the wetlands, 30 feet from the edge of the county road, and 30 feet from the property lines. And I figured we would extend it all the way over to here, but actually, this is actually just like a cliff.
Right.
So the problem is there really isn't anywhere to put a septic, but there's probably something we could figure out. But there's not a whole lot of building envelope, but the driveway doesn't really impact that very much at all, only in that little tiny overlap right there. So then,
I have a question for you.
ah,
Were you opposed to a non-exclusive easement? Or are you looking for an exclusive easement, or if the county did utilize that property in the future for some type of development, would they be able to use the driveway in a non-exclusive manner?
I would assume yes, but that would be between the county and Joel. Joel, if the county built on the NB mill site, would you be opposed to someone using the driveway extension to access that building?
No, I don't think that we would have any issues with that. I just know going through our own little permit process to build that the setbacks are definitely, they're gonna make it pretty challenging. But no, I wouldn't have any issue with that.
That's good,
I mean,
because I already wrote non-exclusive in the access easement anyway, so.
Well,
And there's not really anywhere for septic or screening, but you know, there could be something buildable there, but it's not very big. But it's not destroyed by the driveway.
well, I guess my point is this, the county, I mean, it's hard to speculate what the county might want to do with that land at some point in the future. And it might be public access as well. It might not be just one other private citizen using that route. I mean, I have no idea what the potential uses of that could be, but would that be your primary access in?
That would be your primary.
That would be
So, I mean,
that's
That
in.
is the primary access.
So, I mean, I have no idea.
It's the only flat ground there is right there. It's all steep on the other side.
I mean, I just, I'm just saying. It's not like a private easement, even a non-exclusive private easement where you might have one other family or something using it. It just depends on what the county decides to do with that property. So,
Well, it's the county's land
yeah,
and Joel just wants to cross through it.
but he's building the driveway. Potentially. And just want to make sure that he understands that it would be a non-exclusive easement, presumably. And that it would be open for use by the county for whatever it deemed appropriate in the future. Unless you guys don't think that's a possibility.
So if I may, if you look at the area there that's, you know, the county land, it's a relatively small section. And then, you know, as far as access, it seems like it would be really tough to try to make another driveway off of that. You know, there's also the roadway runs all the way down. There could be another driveway put in there as well if you did end up, you know, trying to use this land. But I think if you look at the drawing and in the size, it's going to be really hard for a building to kind of go in there. Just my thoughts on, you know, the size of it versus setbacks and so on and so forth. As far as the easement, non-exclusive, I know you mentioned something about, you know, the county being able to use it, you know, for whatever. I guess I would hope that there would be some clarification on what whatever means that wouldn't prevent us from being able to access the land, you know, going down our driveway, like if the county wanted to park a truck there or so on and so forth. You know, I guess we would hope that that, you know, it would be looked at as our main, you know, transportation in and out of there.
Right, I think what you'd wanna make sure would be that the driveway wouldn't be blocked by the public, you know?
Sure.
I think that would
that's
be the
part of
main
an
issue.
easement access agreement for sure, that, you know, that the easement remains clear for access.
Yeah, I mean, it would remain your access, but it would also be available for the county to use as an access for the rest of that property if we develop or something, or even if we just put a parking lot there, if we had a trail going up the mountain there. I don't think we do, or we would, but potentially, as we've talked about, doing some trails around the tailing ponds and stuff.
Or maybe the county would wanna end up putting a gravel pile there or parking a road and bridge vehicle there. You know, it's still the county's land and it could end up being a house or, you know, affordable housing. There wouldn't be any screening, but you know, there's something maybe that could be done because it's hard to find places for affordable housing, you know, and So I think the main thing would be that whoever, like for that the driveway wouldn't be blocked, I think that would be the main issue.
I was just trying to point out that it wouldn't be a typical private easement where, you would have to worry about a single family home or something like that. I don't think the county wants their hands tied as to what they might use that property for in the future. And if it's a non-exclusive easement, as long as it didn't interfere with the applicant's access, it's open to whatever legal use the county would put it to.
Yeah, I think that the hard part is the things that we can't see, right? That would be done with that. Like I'm not anticipating necessarily that we would put like an affordable house there, but like what would somebody in 50 years want to use it for? And what are we thinking about now that can avoid a potential future conflict, with the county or the land or the landowner, we want to be good neighbors, but we also don't want to tie the hands of you guys or whoever owns the property after we're long gone, so I think that's kind of one of the questions about this project. I think at this point too, we should go ahead and close public comment unless there's any additional public comment to be made. We should have done that probably originally, but that's okay. And then, yeah, in Dennis's point, yeah, just like we don't know what potential future use it could have. I mean, I'm not thinking we're going to strike black gold there, but you never really know exactly what could happen in the future.
Sure. The other option for counties is to do license agreements and then it's not necessarily a property. It's not like a permanent property, right, that the county stands for, but I'd have to put some more thought into that to see if that had benefits of its own or not.
Yeah.
Can
I
I
think to
mention-
touch on your being neighborly comment, we definitely are in that box. And if the county, for some reason down the road, thought that they could use this land to, further their tax revenue, then I think we would be open to going back to the drawing board and saying, hey, we want to use this now. And, if we were given some sort of, leeway or heads up, and I mean, we're not trying to be unworkable at all. Just, whatever we can make work to make a safer driveway is kind of what we're shooting for.
Yeah. What were we gonna say, Lisa?
I was gonna mention that the next thing I did was I looked at what Kim Buck was valuing the land as. And so here's all the land that the county acquired, and it's all the tailings ponds and the MB mill site's just one of those properties. And the whole thing, basically, Kim says that the land under the tailings ponds is worth about a dollar per square foot. And then I kind of was wondering, what's Joel's land worth? That's residential. And that was valued at $1.23 per square foot. And so under the tailings ponds, Kim says the land that you just got from Sunnyside, that those tailings ponds parcels are worth $1 a square foot. And then since the easement was 3,486 square feet, I figured that it would be logical to use the assessor's number and offer for the easement, not to buy the land, but for the easement, offer the full value, Kim's highest value, which is $1 per square foot. Now, that's not equivalent to what Sarco was paying in taxes. I mean, Kim says the land under the tailings ponds is worth $1 a square foot. So she basically has the tailings ponds valued at about $1.5 million. But then what a Sunnyside was paying in taxes is really only like $200 a year.
Yeah.
So the county is losing that revenue, lost that revenue, I guess, because Sunnyside is gone now. So the county, by taking that land from Sunnyside, lost $244 a year in taxes. So the dollar a square foot makes the tailings ponds land worth about $1.5 million. And so that's why I recommended to Joel that it seems logical to use the assessor's numbers and offer $34.86 for this 3486 square feet of triangular easement. And I also put an indemnification agreement in here because that was something that was mentioned at the planning commission meeting, like what if Joel's construction or driveway were to impact the wetlands or mess up the MB mill site? So I put it a indemnification agreement, just a basic run-of-the-mill boilerplate one in here. And then I brushed up the easement a little bit. And then I just tried to look up some historical photos and stuff like that. And then we got Troutner on board to give us any advice, and they just turned in a report to all of us. And I think that's it. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to help.
Thanks, Lisa. Scott? You said you had some comments or some
Sure.
questions?
You guys kind of reiterated this, but you should have thought of the driveway problem before you built the house. I think anybody here could have told you that that steep driveway is unusable in the winter. I'm kind of surprised we okayed the building of that house with that driveway in the first place. So maybe we're a little lax on that one. I'll bring up a couple things. One is the wetlands. If you put a road above the wetlands, what's the impact going to be as far as cutting off the water to that wetlands? I mean, there is that possibility. There are also pipelines and CenturyLink going through there. You want to make sure that there's no impacts to that. The tailings problem has been addressed. Willie, is this like almost like a subdivision?
It is a subdivision.
Okay, I mean, their property is a subdivision,
Yeah.
but what about the property that they're wanting an easement across? Aren't we subdividing
No,
that part of the road from that part of the road?
no,
Why not?
because we're just given an easement. If we were
Okay.
to do a boundary adjustment, I mean, that was one of the other things I suggested, but I've kind of backed off of that, was that we do a boundary adjustment where we take the property on that side of the highway and shift it from our ownership to Stalo's ownership. But that,
Which we could do.
which we could do, but I think because of some of the restrictions that were on the
Sunnyside transfer.
Sunnyside property, that when it was donated to us, makes that a little more difficult, and I think.
Why? Why?
Well, there's a lot of basically language in the property transfers that might be done. They have to make certain warranties regarding and releases of Sunnyside. And then I'm also a little bit concerned because when we did the Sunnyside transfer agreements, we put in there some warranties by Sunnyside regarding these properties and so on and so forth, and they lasted, I forget, I have to look back, but it's a couple of years. And we really didn't anticipate that we would be selling any of these properties off that quickly before their warranty was up, if that makes sense. We talked about it at the time when we were drafting, what happens if we sell these prior to the warranty expiring from Sunnyside, and I think the conclusion was we're not gonna be doing anything that quickly with these properties.
How long is the warranty?
I'd have to go back and take a look.
The other thing, Scott, was my concern was that by allowing the driveway through there, we eliminate any possible use of the rest of that property. So in that case, it would make sense to not own it. But I think, based on what Lisa has looked at, and I've gone back out and revisited the site, that there still is a possible use. I mean, it's not the greatest, but it is a possible use. That we would be preserving, and actually the driveway might actually, even be a positive benefit for that use.
Possibly, or cuts off your building envelope that you could use.
A little bit.
Yeah, cause that's another thing I'm looking at. It says, while the property is not a prime building location. Once the easement is issued, it could limit the ability for the property to be developed. And it does appear there's still some potential for development, and that's. I guess this is what I'm kind of getting to, you guys, is that. Financially, we're responsible to the taxpayers, and what is the best use of this property? How much money can we make off this property? Are we gonna make more by selling it off as a building site for like a small cabin or something like that? I feel like we're beholden to the taxpayers to do the best use of this land, not to a landowner who didn't plan far enough ahead for his driveway. I'm curious, what could we sell that for if we wanted to sell it for a building site? I think. And I'll give you another example. There's another easement that's being negotiated in the county. And that's an $18,000 easement, and we're being offered $3,000 for an easement. I don't think it's ballpark at all. We have the cards. We owe the taxpayers to get as much money as we can off of this property. Not benefit a landowner, but to benefit the taxpayers. And I think we as commissioners, that's our duty, is to see what we can do for the best for the taxpayers. And I think we need to look at that before we just give an easement for $3,000. I think that's way too cheap when I see what that other easement was going for. And that potential easement could cut off some of the value of that property as far as being able to build. It may cut off some of the building envelope that you could use. I think we need to look at this a little bit more instead of just willy-nilly giving an easement for $3,000. I think the property has more potential, and I think we can make more money off of it.
Thanks. A lot of the things that we discussed at the planning commission, discussed, talking about things. One thing that I was really concerned about was impacting that wetland. My experience at the town board and dealing with wetlands stuff without proper indemnification was, it makes me a little gun shy. But honestly, the indemnification agreement that Lisa submitted and having that's something we didn't have at the town level. And yeah, I had thought initially too about, boundary adjustment things as well. Would it be more beneficial to do a boundary adjustment there, and release that portion of it? Problem with potentially trying to sell it off as a building site or using or getting the best value for that property on it is that we kind of have to, since it's just a little corner of the property, in order for it to be a buildable site, it needs to be 5 acres. So then we'd have to subdivide it, and we'd have to sell off a portion of the tailings ponds on the other side of the road that I really don't think we'd want to do.
You don't have to sell off that portion across the road. You just subdivide it and you sell the land on the south side of the highway.
But would we approve the building permit for 0.65 acre?
When it's subdivided, with a subdivision, the 5 acre thing doesn't come into play.
Well, we can do smaller lots, and there is water on that.
Sorry, Dennis, go ahead.
And I apologize, but there's just a lot of moving parts with the transfer agreement. It's pretty complex.
Yeah.
And one of the moving parts is we did not get title insurance. So any transfer of a property right, which an easement is, it would have to be as is, quit claim, no guarantees that we even have appropriate title to it. The Sunnyside made representations to us that they had proper title, but the cost of title insurance on this whole transfer was cost prohibitive. And so that's another thing just to keep in mind. And and I might think of other things. As we sort of think about these. I'd hate to have them expend a bunch of money and no, we do not believe that there's any problem with title. We do not believe that there would be any problem with title. I think if the applicant went to get a title policy, I think the title company is gonna look at them like, wait till you see 5 pages of exceptions,
Yeah.
you know? But it's not insurmountable, Chair, but it's just something that to consider.
Yeah. I'll say too that like initially after this first came to us, it had my head spinning. And
Right.
I went out and walked the property and kind of looked at it a little bit and talking with both Willie and Rusty about it, you know, too, and having a little bit of clarification for, you know, I think at first Rusty was concerned about how it would impact plowing out there and access for the county, but then when he went out and looked at it again and says, you know, if you build the road back up there, I think it's okay.
Right, put a berm across it, but.
Yeah.
It's not gonna hurt the plow.
But I think, you know, having looked at it, you know, initially I was thinking a lot along those lines, Scott, of like, you know, the benefit to the taxpayer and things like that too, but I think we owe it to the taxpayer to utilize the land for the best possible, you know, value that we can. But I'm not sure that necessarily means selling it to the highest bidder. Either. I do think, you know, there's certain things, the wetlands have value to our community and to the taxpayers here, and I think that's, you know, the ecological value of the property, and it's not property that, you know, we're in a rush to off. Because if we were in a rush to sell off all the valuable portions of our property,
Why
then
are we in a rush to do an easement with a driveway across it that?
I'm not
that affects the scenic quality of it?
we're not in a rush to
I'm not in a
do
rush.
easement, but the Sahel certainly are to improve the safety and access of their property, so.
And keep in mind that a
Yeah.
license agreement would provide them access, but it would not transfer them a property right.
Yeah.
And the license agreement could have terms for termination that if the county at some point, you know, you could have a minimum time, you know, you could have a 10-year license and then renewable. And if the county had some other greater purpose for this property that it interfered with. And the applicant himself said if the county had a better use for the property, they'd certainly be willing to listen to
Yeah.
turning it back. So you do have some other alternatives that aren't necessarily as permanent.
Yeah. I had just kind of one other question for you guys too, regarding you have a secondary access on the property. There was some question as to whether your secondary access was originally permitted.
What's the secondary access?
A water line, that's where the water lines. With the water service line was built.
And there was some question as to whether that access would be
The trench.
adequate access or better access for you guys than this property. I'm sure you guys have thought through this really well, so just was curious what just things that were brought up that just wanted to ask if you guys considered using that water line access as an access to the property. Oh, sorry, you're muted, Joel.
You're on mute,
I'm
Joe.
not very good at that.
Yeah.
I think that the access over on the other side is going to be very challenging to make work because of the incline again. So we have thought about that, but we kind of it wouldn't give us what we're looking to achieve there as far as the incline and the safety and.
Sure.
And then, the county has kind of like a little parking area up top there. So that would kind of go into that, which also kind of is a little bit of an issue when we go to leave that people are parked there. So we didn't think that would be a good option.
Yeah.
If I can just speak on the tax portion of it for just a second. If I'm understanding some of the numbers correctly, the county's paying $200 per year for the tax on that property.
The county doesn't pay anything now that we own it. The previous landowners were paying $244 a year for taxes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
And now we don't get that $244 a year because the county owns it.
Right. Understood. Yep.
But any additional stuff from you guys?
I feel like it's so fresh from this transfer agreement, that was very complex. I am a little bit concerned about giving away a permanent property right. Before the county can fully digest the use of those properties. I mean, we're doing a tour today of those properties.
For the first time.
And it's just causing me consternation, which is not a good thing when I'm feeling like, are we
Sure.
missing something with this transfer agreement? And Lisa, the transfer agreement is complex. And it was negotiated over years and it has moving parts like guarantees of title, but we don't have title insurance. There are just a lot of moving parts in there. I would have much less concern if the county did a license, a right-of-way license or something like that, that could potentially be revoked in the future if something came up, a project or a problem with the transfer agreement conflict or something like that. But to give away a permanent property right across this property as our first transaction, it's really a transaction.
Yeah.
As our first transaction of this Sunnyside property causes me concern. And I think at least table it and consider it.
Go ahead.
Considering all the red tape, I mean, I just compared a standard access easement deed. For, that works for almost all driveways for neighbors. But the license, maybe there's something you could write in at the bottom of that access easement deed that says it's revocable.
Then it's a license.
Or a licensing agreement. I know Joel doesn't wanna. He's not asking to buy the land forever. So.
Then that's a license. It's not an
A
easement.
licensing agreement, like you're suggesting, might work better than a standard access easement deed.
It's like it's the same thing we give on a right of way. And when we give a right of way license for people to put a water line in the road right away or something like that. We have experience with that. We can do a driveway license. And then we get conditions in there for how long it lasts and when it could be revoked and things like that. And it's just not permanent. And that's what causes me the problem. It's a permanent property transfer. And I would really have to do some thinking. If you really want to do this, I'd want some time to look at the transfer agreement and say, is this something aside from the potential interference with possible uses in the future? I just, yeah. The license, I can make the license work.
I think a license agreement would work better than the access easement deed. If the county thinks that 50 years down the road or 20 years down the road, they might want to change the terms or get rid of the access easement,
License,
right.
not
I
even.
just don't, I don't have a whole lot of. It didn't pop up first in my mind, I just used the regular access easement deed, like I always do.
No, and I think that's the first go-to, when you talk about, between two private landowners, it's usually the go-to is you do an access easement, but it's a property conveyance, and that's why I think even you're sort of intermixing the terms. An easement is a property right conveyance, the license is not, it's a license to use our property for this purpose. but it's revocable on certain terms and can terminate at some point, and also doesn't convey ownership.
I think that would be a good compromise or a good way to go for the commissioners to consider.
Well, one question for you guys regarding that, in this licensing scenario. Would your existing driveway still be usable, or in order to construct this new driveway, do you have to remove your existing driveway or modify your existing driveway significantly?
Yeah, the plan was to modify it a little bit and use some of the soil that's on the top to kind of pull over, to kind of create this little extension here. So I don't have a real good answer. We could go back to that if we had to. I think we're open to the licensing agreement for, the land. I would hope that there would be something with some, longer term on it. Only because, we put a substantial amount of, cost into even getting to this point. And then, I still got to construct the driveway and, take care of all that as well. So I would hope for, a long-term, that you could, 10 years, 15 years, something that would make it worth it for us to build this driveway.
Sure.
So yeah,
That's
we're
not
open to
our-
that for sure.
That's not our worry. The costs are not our worry.
Yeah, I understand.
That should have been considered when the site was bought.
Yeah, I think just. I mean, I agree with Dennis, and I was really glad to see it come before us. I think there was some issue in the planning commission too, as to like, should an easement agreement come to the county first? Or should the land use application for the driveway permit come first? Or, it's this like chicken or the egg kind of thing. And I think we've kind of determined here, the easement access agreement is our main thing. And I guess in the future, we'll know that we need to talk about easement agreements and licensing things and all that before we, prepare driveway permits and go through all this. But I mean, yeah, I agree with Dennis. I think something that's a little bit more a little less permanent in property transfers, especially when we're still, kind of under the contractual obligations with Sunnyside for their portion of it for 3 years is what Dennis just said, that we have 3 years before Sunnyside's guarantee runs out. So we definitely don't want to do anything that could involve another 1,000+ pages of
You could
documentation.
do all that with a license agreement, and
Yeah.
it could be revoked. That's another problem, is you could do all this and you got that cloud hanging over your head that it could be revoked.
Well, and counties often use license agreements and not easements because they're not conveying public property. You're preserving the public's property, you're not conveying it out, and that's one of the reasons they do it. And there's some argument there that, when you convey out public property, you should be doing it for public purpose and things like that. So the licensing really does make more sense to me from a legal perspective.
Okay.
But I'm also arguing that we don't know what the potential value of that land is, and I think we need to know that.
Yeah.
Instead of just giving something willy-nilly.
I think that
Envelope there,
There's some,
but there's some, like I drew it.
there wasn't that big a building envelope with the building that was just built. There wasn't much there either.
Right, I mean, I could foresee someday that off the side of where Joel, off the downhill side of where Joel would like to put this safety driveway extension. Maybe there could be 2 little apartments, like a duplex. The one hard thing is that I mean, the county could exempt certain like acreage requirements and even setbacks and even screening. The one hard thing would be like what to do about septic. I almost feel like the septic would have to be where the wetlands are, and then we have to build wetlands somewhere else. But like, so it's
Right.
not very buildable, but you know, we've done a lot of amazing things for affordable housing and stuff like that with land that wasn't top notch. So it's barely buildable, but the people in this room could probably make something work. But there's really no room for a septic, which is a main problem.
Or do you sell it? You subdivide it, sell it as a residential lot, use that money to put into affordable housing. In a more, in a in-town location or something like that.
Well, it's under the health department acreage, even if you sold the.
Not with a subdivision, no.
Mark Rudolph also has his hand raised too.
Thank you, Austin. I'm not sure if it's if could be able to provide some security for the driveway construction, providing a first right of refusal upon that point of time when the county is able to get past the Sunnyside terms on the closure. That might provide some level of security, at least for them to make the investment now out to the future, to be able to have that first right of refusal to gain the formal right of way.
Sure. The other thing too, I think, when we're talking about a licensing agreement, I think that if we're not conveying property in an easement agreement, then we have to discuss what a fair value for that is, because I don't think $1 a square foot for a licensing agreement for a driveway is really becomes fair versus an easement.
What do we charge for right of way agreements, road crossing agreements, things like, or road crossing permits, things like that?
I've yet to see one come through.
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
We don't charge for right of way work?
Well,
Oh,
we haven't had anything put in.
oh, okay.
The reasoning is $1, if you go with for $1 a square foot, that is Kim's number for all the tailings ponds lands being worth about $1.5 million. And then if this was like prime residential land, from what I understand, it would be worth $1.23 a square foot.
Yeah.
And it's not really prime, or it doesn't have a CO or approved, but I guess
I just think
Kim's
of it,
value is $1.23 a square foot for residential, good residential land, and the tailings ponds are valued at $1 a square foot, which makes the tailings ponds worth about 1.5 million. So that's not a low a low appraisal, like $1 square foot's pretty high value for land that has some issues,
the valuation of the property kind of just gets thrown out the window when we talk about a licensing agreement versus an easement. No matter what we priced it as, we have to re-examine what that pricing should be. If it's not a permanent, easement. But yeah, just food for thought. I think we're moving towards tabling this one for a licensing agreement and examining that structure. Is that where we're moving here? So that we can come back with a little more information and try and make hopefully a better decision.
I'd also like to know what the impact to the wetlands could be if you put a road in.
Sure.
Because they could easily have an impact. You could cut off the water flow.
Yeah, and there's like those percolation mats and things like that. We could talk about whether something like that would be necessary or not.
Yeah, I mean, one of the conditions or proposed conditions in there was that if it did impact the wetlands, the applicant would be responsible for their restoration.
Yeah.
Also Jake, I think Jake felt pretty comfortable that they'd be okay.
What's our
Yeah.
timeframe for approval?
I found my microphone if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, sure, Joe.
Cool, thanks. Again, just thanks for everybody getting together regardless of the outcome. As obviously, the owner and, the guy trying to construct the driveway, I guess I would just ask that, we try to consider this now with the information we have, if we can. If we really look at that particular land, it seems far-fetched to be able to do much there. And with the tailings ponds, who wants to buy it, so on and so forth. I think what we're
You buy
asking
your
for here is,
property right next to
I'm
the
sorry?
tailings pond. You buy your property right next to the tailings ponds, so that's not a legitimate argument.
We should
Sorry.
let them talk.
No, you're fine. I
Go
get
ahead,
it.
Joel.
We did a soil report and borings to kind of identify what was there prior to us purchasing that land. So we kind of got that out of the way. Right now, this will put tax dollars in the account. And if it's even temporary, I understand that you guys could revoke it. I guess I would just consider that, I feel like we've done a lot of homework to kind of present everything as far as the hydrology and the wetlands and how it's not affected. And then we also had Troutner come out and consult with regards to constructability and effect on any of the, ground around it. And I guess I would ask that the county might even look at it like they're getting a driveway out of it, as well as money for the, the easement, and then safety for us getting down there. So, gosh, it's hard for me to, talk about, or listen to the, what could possibly be done just with our building and how much we had to go through to get to where we were. And then that chunk of land is considerably smaller. So I guess I'm just kind of asking for, everybody to consider this at this meeting. And I'm ready to do construction.
Yeah, and I think if you're asking us to vote on it right now, I feel pretty confident telling you that it would at least be split or a no. If our attorneys ask for a little bit of additional time to draft a licensing agreement and to think about the implications and to read through our agreement with the Sunnyside, and that's enough for me to table it for more information. I would say that we should move towards tabling this for this meeting. But
I want to make sure that are we running afoul of the board's deadline for taking action on this?
If,
we haven't been presented with the easement agreement until.
I know, but we've got timelines on our land use code.
if we table it, we need to do it with the applicant's consent, or
Yeah.
otherwise we need to deny it.
Otherwise, we'll deny it. Yeah.
Well, don't say that, because you don't know that, you haven't taken a vote yet.
No.
No, but
No.
But
So-
if we table it without his consent, then
Yeah,
it's an automatic approval, so.
Joel, if the board would like to table this, they would need your consent to take that action to table, otherwise you could force a vote today. And take the outcome as you will.
Who all votes?
Scott and I.
What would the tiebreaker be?
A denial.
No action.
Gosh, I guess my question or my thought would be, what are you thinking just roughly on a licensing agreement cost?
I
Yeah, like,
don't know if the board, I don't know what the county would charge you for a licensing agreement, I mean, I can tell you right now, the licensing agreement is not gonna take that long to do. I've got a good sample right in front of me that I'm looking at. So I don't think we're talking about a long delay if Willie wanted to put it on the next meeting for consideration of a license agreement. I think that's plenty of time for me and for Lisa to maybe touch base. Lisa? Yeah,
Sure.
okay.
And quite honestly, I mean, it's up to you guys as commissioners, but from the improvement standpoint, we're just talking about a simple driveway. I don't know that that would need to go back to the planning commission for review. I mean, I think we could do, if we can come up with a licensing agreement, I think we can approve the improvement permit as well and in one step.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But I think the elephant in the room.
I was gonna point out the elephant in the room.
Go ahead. Make sure we're talking the same elephant.
I mean, Joel, you're gonna have two commissioners voting on this regardless of whether it's a licensing agreement or an easement. And just keep that in mind, it's the same two commissioners that are would vote on it today. I have no idea whether what the vote would be. And all I can do is, from a legal perspective, put together a proposed licensing agreement, give it to Lisa for her review and maybe consult to you, and then put it back in front of this board at the next meeting. So it's really your choice. I'm just asking if you will give the board approval to table it until the next meeting, or if you insist on a vote today.
No, I don't think I want to insist on a vote today. I'm eager to work together to try to find a solution here. Is there a reason Pete wouldn't be able to vote?
Mr. Meisel recused himself for a conflict of interest.
Okay. What would the conflict be?
That's really up to him as to whether he wants to disclose that, and it's up to you.
Yeah, Joel, I think, we actually discussed this, I'm currently working for you. As, plowing the existing driveway. When, you did bring up a good point that I could be working for Karen Seitz, your, person, the property manager, but, I get a check directly from you. So I feel compelled to say I work directly for you.
Fair enough. I thought that it had to be profitable for you to.
Well, it's barely, but it is. It's not a lot of money, right?
It's really his decision.
Yeah, I mean.
It's his decision as to
could-
whether he feels like there's potential financial influence there.
He can fire me and.
I could tell you that if I was in that situation, I would probably be recusing too.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's a tough one because there's only three of us, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that are.
I don't like doing it, but
very hard in a small community to wade the line, toe the line of whether you should be recusing yourself or not for. Actually, luckily in this board and in this position, I haven't been chastised to vote when I felt like I was in a conflict of interest scenario. But at the town level, there were a lot of votes where I wanted to recuse and was told tough buckets, you have to vote.
Sure.
which made me really uncomfortable.
Okay, yeah, I guess just so that we're not kicking the can down the road, is there some feeling from you guys about how the outcome could be if the licensing agreement looks sufficient and I hate to get a month down the road and kind of be at the same spot where we're kind of going back and forth about yays or nays.
I think it'd be 2 weeks, and I think that's a pretty
It's pretty,
fair,
pretty fair.
thing. I would think that. I would think that our attorney would not want us to make that kind of. Judgment or inclination at this when we've tabled it and said we'd like more information about a licensing agreement. Would you agree with that?
From a legal perspective, I would like a chance to take a look at the transfer agreement, just make sure we're not running afoul. As you know, we're taking a tour of these properties. I'd like to lay eyes on this thing today, as a matter of fact, and then from a license for the drafting of a proposed licensing agreement for consideration by this board and the applicant, I think it makes sense to table for 2 weeks.
I would agree with that assessment.
Sounds good to us.
Yeah.
You make a motion.
You wanna make it or you want me to?
Go ahead.
And that's with permission. No, that is with permission.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion that we table this application for the improvement permit sketch plan application for Joel Stallo driveway 1301 County Road 2. For more information, and would like to note that the applicant has also approved this table in this motion
And this is, until the next meeting.
until the next meeting. Yeah. Do we have to, should we call out date and time and all that?
Yeah.
Okay. Until September 24th, or September 24th meeting at 6:30 PM.
So then this public hearing is continued to that date. So
Yes.
then you don't have to renotice or anything.
Yeah. All right.
All right, I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Lisa.
All right.
Touch base later this week. I'll send you a draft of something and see what you think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, y'all.
Thank you. All right, our next public hearing, Mike Luther's improvement permit for sketch plan application for a hydroelectric installation and shed on the JE Ward and Argentine Mill sites, County Road 55, Raster Gulch. Yeah, you come up and sit here if you'd like. If you don't want to, you're welcome to sit back there.
He wants to stay as far away as possible.
Yeah.
That's okay. Willie's gonna go ahead and introduce, and we'll give you a minute to.
Okay, we have an application from Mike Luther to develop the hydroelectric system and turbine shed near Arasta Creek to provide electricity to this turbine cabin. The property is located in Arasta Gulch and will be accessed by County Road 55. It's located on the JE Ward Mill site and on the King Mill site. The property was previously approved for the development of cabin, shed, driveway, and associated utilities. And essentially, this is just an addition to his previous improvement permit to allow for this additional use. The planning commission did review it at their last meeting, and their recommendation was to approve with the conditions as listed in the staff report.
Right, Mike, Lisa, you guys have anything you'd like to add?
No, it's pretty straightforward. It's just
Yeah.
a pipe that's gonna be laying on the ground, the head gate, and run through a turbine and drop right back into the creek. It's
All right,
pretty straightforward.
okay. Do you have any additional questions, or should we open it to public comment?
Let's open it to public comment.
All right, if anyone has any public comment on this application, please go ahead and do so now. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and open it up for discussion. Scott, you have any thoughts?
I guess I did have a question for Mike, because I'm not an engineer. There's a drop from 98.90 to 98.55, so that's like, what, 40 or 35 feet. Is that enough to generate hydroelectric power? I just,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
totally ignorant of that.
it's not a, pressure turbine as you would think of. One that, it's got a 2-inch pipe that drops 1,000 foot or whatever.
Right.
It runs off a low flow.
Huh.
Low pressure, it's a low head turbine.
Okay, that answers my question.
Yeah, it doesn't work off pressure.
Here's another question out of total ignorance. Are you gonna generate as much electricity from that as you would with just a couple solar panels?
Well, I talked to solar people and they said it's not feasible up there. Cause my window is so small because of the
It is a
mountains right
small,
there.
it is a small window.
Yeah, but during the winter time, the sun comes up 11, goes down at 2.
Yeah,
So
that's not much.
You already tried solar, right, 20 years ago?
Well, I've talked to several solar people, and they said it's
It's
not
not feasible.
feasible.
Okay, that answers my question, Mike. I mean, and another question is, you are building a diversion dam, does that become a Corps of Engineer issue?
Well, no, I'm not, it'll be just a head gate.
A head gate? And-
Yeah, I'm not building a diversion dam.
Okay, and does that come under Corps of Engineer? I don't know, that's another question out of ignorance on my part. It seems like anytime you fiddle with a creek, it comes under jurisdiction of the Corps of Engineers.
Well, it'll be,
Where
That,
the head gate is, it's just bare, no vegetation, talus, angular cobbles.
no, that's fine, but it still doesn't answer my question whether it comes under jurisdiction of Corps of Engineers. I would be wary of that if that's a requirement. I mean, don't do it and then have Corps of Engineers come and say, what are you doing? I don't know. Does anybody else have an answer on that one? Pete?
I've looked at the thing, it's
It's
little to no impact.
Right, and
That-
the water's going back.
The water's going right there and everything else, and
But on
so I wouldn't really to be honest with you,
Uh,
Scott, normally. If back in the days when Kara was there and everything else, they show up, right now you can't even get an answer on the phone. From Army Corps of Engineers, so.
what do you, Dennis, any ideas on that?
For some reason, I think there's probably a size, involvement there, some type of, whether it's impact, and I'm sorry, I missed it, you have water rights on it?
yeah, and it's, the head gate is actually, it's off to the side of the creek, and it's not like it's in the middle of the creek, it's off to the side,
Right,
and then the pipe can connect to that. With,
It's pretty,
I'm
it's,
just trying to protect you, Mike, so
Yeah.
the Corps of Engineers doesn't come back and say, you did this illegally, we're gonna fine you 25,000 for doing something illegal.
You had to file for a water right for this, correct?
yes,
Yeah,
non-consumptive.
non-consumptive water right, yeah. We do have somebody who's fairly expert at this, on Zoom. No, he's not gonna weigh in on this. This is just a sketch plan as well, so.
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
These are questions that could be answered in preliminary final
Gotcha,
as well, too, so,
okay,
yeah.
it's just a thing to kind of protect you just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Need to get, Jake to go up there. Because there are some wetlands on Mike's property,
right,
but we shouldn't be impacting them because where we're putting the head gate box is off to the side of the creek in a bare talus rock area. And then the pipe that he wants to run called penstock, that feed down to the turbine, it's just like fusion welded Driscoll mine pipe that's just laid on the ground. So I tried to find out if laying a pipe on the ground through potential wetlands would be considered an impact since there's no trench. Of course, there's no information on that. So I tried to get Jake to go up there, but he was too booked up. So I'd like, before Mike does any breaks ground, I'd like to see if MSI is available to
that would be
make sure.
the question is, does the diversion of water affect that set of stream where the water table isn't going into those wetlands or something like that? I'm not a hydrologist.
Well, the whole project area is uphill of the creek. So if he's not taking very much water for this hydro project, but diverting the water isn't gonna like dry up any wetlands.
No, right.
Because the water that he's gonna be using for the hydro is actually downhill of the nearby wetlands. So
Well,
for
I got-
Mike's own protection and to make sure, I'd like to ask again if Jake is available, and I think we need to bring Willie up there anyway.
I think that's a good idea.
And also, the water rights are proposed non-consumptive, or it's a conditional, but they're not approved yet because it's not been constructed yet. And Mike has separate water rights for domestic irrigation, etc., and those are all already absolute. And then he still has some older conditional water rights if he ever wanted to make more vegetation or do any, increased irrigation. So he's got two separate water rights going on up there. This would be non-consumptive.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
it's just running through the thing and back into the creek, so.
And this would be the non-consumptive that he has approved domestic, etc. already.
I think you might need to get permit from Corps, but the Corps is really easy to work with on this stuff, knock on wood. And if you did need it, it looks like it might just be the nationwide permit, which is pretty straightforward to do. That's just my brief surf of their website while you guys were talking.
Yeah.
Okay, no, appreciate that.
Not definitely not a legal opinion.
Mark's got his hand raised now. He does want to weigh in.
Thank you. Jake probably is familiar with what would be required in the Corps and which nationwide permit that would be.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah. I wouldn't see it being a problem just because it's non-consumptive.
No.
But you do want to have Jake look at it to make sure there is no impact to any wetlands or anything like that.
Did you guys have some deal that you approved with the preservation of the streams up high, the fish people?
Say that again?
You remember the fish people that came in to preserve the high mountain stream flows? Am I the only one that remembers?
Yeah, I do. I don't believe that Arastra was one of these named ones. Cunningham was.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think Arastra was
I don't
named as
remember
part of
it,
that.
I don't remember it being mentioned because there's no fish.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's, I was gonna say, I don't believe there's any fish in the stream either.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that we didn't have any obligation not to approve something in the stream.
No, I don't think we're impacting
Thanks,
fish
Bishop.
habitat at all.
There's just no way for them to get up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think for our purposes for sketch plan too, I mean, that could be something we could make sure of before it comes back for the preliminary final, but
What was that group called again? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
oh,
Oh, well, I feel better now. Okay.
yeah,
There's no fish.
I'll have to
It's
go back
not-
to
it's
my notes.
not-
I remember when we did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jake would be like, oh, yeah, it was this group and these guys, and this is their contact information, so, yeah, I feel pretty confident that we can get all that.
Just to bring up like on the pipe, I think it's better doing a pipe than trenching all that, and even if the pipe is visible, it's not really visible, from any direction, and it's just gonna be disguised really, so I'm not worried about that either, so.
Yeah, I think there was, just wanted to say that from the planning commission perspective, there was a lot of support for this project.
Hydroelectric,
Yeah, just given the historical significance that hydroelectrics had in the area in the past, there was even the sentiment from some of the planning commissioners that they would like to see more of these projects come through because it helps provide water rights and and holds, kind of cultural significance and historical value.
This is just an aside, but I think, there's a little bit of potential underground transferring from one level. Several hundred feet to another level for hydroelectric.
Yeah.
It's just an aside, but.
Yeah.
All
right.
that's all the questions I had.
Sure. I didn't see anything, necessary for, at least for conditions for sketch plan. Oh, go ahead.
You feel like the planning commission and county commissioners need to see this again, since Mike already has a house and a permit, existing permit, and this is a relatively minor hydroelectric system. And I mean, we definitely wanted to get it permitted the right way through the county, so if this is scheduled, then we're gonna be putting together another submittal, and I'm not sure what'll be in it, but then we're looking at planning commission in October or the holiday November, December combined meeting. And then back to see you guys in around Christmas, I think is what it would be, so. I'm not sure what we would turn in, so I just thought I'd ask. Cause at the very end of the planning commission meeting. I asked about, like, if this sketch plan. And, the commissioners could consider. If they wanna see this again in a couple months after the planning commission and another submittal.
I would like to see, what Jake recommends. I mean, I would like to see that. As far as Corps engineer, that's just a yes or no.
Well, and Jake already is familiar enough with them that he could probably answer that anyway. Right?
Probably, I mean, he hasn't been at the site yet though, so he needs to go to the
Right.
site.
But could we
So,
do it in just like the next meeting?
well, that would be one option. The other would be to approve it conditional upon report from MSI on the wetlands and then
Corps engineer.
determination on the Corps of Engineers.
We can put a condition of you and Jake.
Yeah.
And a visit and determination, right?
I'm okay with the conditional final approval, or we could.
I mean, it
Or-
really, again, it is a very, it's a small
Pretty small.
improvement.
Yeah.
And there really isn't gonna be a lot for the planning commission to review that they haven't already seen, but because of the two questions you've raised today, I think we could put those in as just additional conditions.
I'm okay with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
me too. All right, well, looking for a motion then.
So, are we doing? We're
We're
doing
doing
sketch plan and
We're
final?
doing a consolidation of sketch preliminary final.
Okay. I would make a motion that we approve sketch preliminary final on Mike Luther's submittal on the J.E. Ward mill site in Argentine mill site for a hydroelectric system and turbine near Rasher Gulch. And with the conditions that are listed,
Plus the two additional.
plus the two additional, yes.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Thank you.
Two additional.
Corps of Engineers and just a report from Dr. Jake.
Or another professional.
Yeah.
They're both wetlands related,
Right.
okay.
I mean, and the court's response could be is that we have nothing to do with it.
Right, and Jake could look at the site too and say, there's no wetlands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there are wetlands, but he could-
Well, but there's no wetlands
No
impact.
impact.
No
Yeah.
impact.
Yeah. All right, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
for
Yeah.
everything you had.
It looks to me like, there's the state governor's energy office, you might wanna call them FERC. And there's exemptions and they can I'll walk you out and I'll show you.
Okay, thank you.
You know.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Roll vote.
We did.
Would you-
Did we, wait a second, did we vote?
Oh,
I second it.
Second it, all in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Did we- Yeah, I just don't remember.
It's okay, we can do it again. It's fine. It's all right.
It's our age.
If there's a question about it, we can, always double over. Would you like us to wait a second, Dennis, to introduce this next project?
What is it?
The improvement project for the tramway up Little Giant Basin, the big giant mine.
Okay, I'll sit for that.
Okay.
Lisa, I'll email this to you.
I was gonna say, we can
No,
wait.
no, we're already behind.
Okay, all right. All right, so we'll introduce the public hearing for Seth Weber improvement permit sketch plan. For the historic preservation and residential development of Tramway House at Big Giant Contention in Little Giant Basin, County Road 21A.
Okay, we've received a sketch plan from Seth Weber. For the application for historic preservation and residential use of the tram house located on the Big Giant. 1156A and the convention for 14320. The property is located in Gold Lake and Little Giant Basin and will be accessed by County Road 21A. The property is currently owned by Larry Zastro, ZLM LLC, and the taxes are current. The applicant has a contract to purchase the property and it has authorization from the owner to submit the improvement permit application. The fees have been paid. The adjacent landowners have been notified via mail. And the copy of the letter is included in your packet. The property is located in the mountain zoning district and requires minimum parcel lot area of 5 acres with a setback of 20 feet from public land, 30 feet from private. The Big Giant Convention is 13.62 acres. The proposed improvements are within the current footprint of the historic structure and will meet the setback requirements. Well, as far as potable water, the applicant is proposing to pack water on site. He may at some point develop potable water on site. As far as sewage disposal, we have in our packet a letter from Peter Decrease of Lafayette County Public Health and stating that the septic system is not feasible for the site. And he would recommend the use of a short-term portable chemical toilet. We also have a letter from Dudley Ashford, who's a Colorado licensed professional engineer, stating that it would not be possible to properly maintain an on-site wastewater treatment system at this location. Generally, the county has considered that an on-site wastewater treatment system is necessary to demonstrate adequate sewage disposal. Due to the unique site location, a portable chemical toilet may prove to be adequate. The concern is that the uniqueness of the site is such that it does not create a precedent. The application is unique on not only in that it is not feasible to construct the septic system and maintain it, but also that it contributes to the restoration of and preservation of a historic structure. And the applicant has estimated that the residential use will be about 450 square foot for a very small unit. And that the residential use is a critical component for the historic preservation to occur. Also is noted that has been considerable damage in the Gold Lake area, and having a residential unit up there, people on site might help eliminate some of that damage. We haven't received any comments from any of the adjoining public property owners. Scenic impact should be minimal because it just planning on, holding the historic preservation of a historic structure, no new structures are being constructed. Adequate, access, the applicant, will access the property via County Road 21A. Currently, there isn't access to the property off of County Road 21A. The owner is negotiating, purchase an easement from the adjoining property owners. The owner of the adjacent property attended the planning commission meeting, was confident that an easement agreement would be concluded. Again, because most of the work would be restoration or on historic structure, there's be minimal impact on the natural terrain other than putting in the access road. As far as hazardous conditions, snow avalanche hazard analysis and mapping report has been prepared by Chris Wilbur, PE. It does identify the avalanche risk to the property, and the applicant should be required to comply with the recommendations listed in the report. And that the applicant would be required to be placed on the town's utility billing system for water and refuse. The planning commission did review it at their last regular meeting and recommended approval with the conditions listed within the staff report.
All right. Please go ahead and tell us a little bit about your project. And you guys are welcome to come to the table too if you'd like.
Would you prefer we sit in front of you and not off to the side?
It's up to you.
Well, for a long time, my family has loved the history in these mountains. My dad is actually a historian, and my kids grew up rambling around and in all of these buildings. Our oldest son, it was his favorite thing to do when he was little and kind of still is. Anyway, we saw that the contention was up for sale, and it's been one of our favorites for a long, long time. And we've watched it, parts of it degenerate and then parts of it resurrect, due to some work by Lauren Liu and others. But the tower now is degenerating pretty significantly. And so when it came up for sale, we started a conversation with Larry Zastro, and it just kind of went from there. One thing led to another. In purchasing something like that, I would want to create a little space where my family could enjoy that beautiful basin. Our history is we're very conscious mountain people, leave no trace type people. My dad was a Grand Canyon river guide with Georgie White, and I grew up with a lot of passion for keeping riversheds clean and doing all that, and doing very disposing of waste in really careful ways. So anyway, in pursuing all this, it's one thing, like I say, has led to another, and I've just connected with so many amazing people. And so I guess the project itself is a passion project where my kids and myself were all invested to be a part of the restoration on this project and to just spend more time up in that beautiful little basin. And actually, in camping up there quite a bit, I have personally had to educate people on how not to throw toilet paper all over the place and do donuts in a lake with side-by-sides and all that, because that is really happening on a pretty regular basis up there. And I've witnessed it myself, and the times I'm there to, help people understand that they really can't do things like that, they're receptive, and but the times I'm not there, I come back and I see their tracks and their trash all over. And so every time we're up there, we clean up and anyway, I've been amazed to see how this has gone. every step seemed like a complete wall. When it came to having an avalanche study done, and Chris Wilbur came up there with me. He was like, "I love this. This is an amazing project," And he says, "You're a Colorado guy trying to preserve this special piece of history up here." And it just turned into kind of a neat thing with him, where I truly thought that would be a wall. Then I got Jonathan Batson, a structural engineer, to come up and look at it, and again, thought I was going to hit a wall. Well, he brought his little kiddo, I brought my little kiddo. They rambled all around looking for artifacts and treasures, and he looked at the thing and was like, "This is totally doable. We can shore this up. We can make this right." And he said, creating a diaphragm within the tower with 2 little floors that will be sheeted with OSB is going to just make this thing all the more strong. And so each step has just yielded an amazing person. We've got a signed contract from Dirk Hatter to do a full survey of the place end of September. And all the sanitation folks as well being very encouraging. Dudley, he really solicited the Honey Wagon folks, and they were all collectively like, "Oh no, we have no interest in pumping anything up Little Giant. That's some crazy country," They were like, so his input, and then Peter Dietrich with the La Plata was just really encouraging. He shares sort of the river history and knows that these NPS certified toilets are just really the cleanest way you can treat the wilderness, and was kind of adamant. He's like, "I know they're worried about setting a precedent," he says, "but he says, we would have to really grill somebody on their ethics before we would approve anything like this ever in the future." He says, "This is a very unique situation, not something we're just going to make a new president. I don't want to do that." Because it does take a certain consciousness to do all that. People like to just flush a toilet, people they don't know where their water comes from, or where their waste goes oftentimes. And up there, it's a whole different deal. You have to be very conscious about every bit of it. The gray water as well. He's outlined a really great way to care for all the particulates in the gray water and do a high filtration system on that. So I guess, my project just holds 2 components, and that is our passion for the history and really not wanting to see that building degenerate. There's pieces of that tower that myself and Jonathan Batson would wager could certainly fall this very winter. They're so rickety. And pieces of the lower building and the lower timbers that have degenerated to an extent. He's like, "Well, we've got a roof over it, but this whole timber's missing, and the thing is starting to sag." And so there's that side of it. And then there's just a side of it. I don't know how many of you have kids, but being in this day and age, the more I have my kids in these woods, the healthier people they are. The more you can get them away from all the screens and all the crap, and get them out with wildflowers and rivers and creeks and swimming in lakes. And we camped out right there by that lake one time, by Gold Lake, and this huge billy goat just saunters on down off the hill, walks right into our camp, walks right up to my girls and gives them a sniff. And we have the pictures on the wall. They still are like, "That was one of the coolest things we've ever seen, Dad." So anyway, that's it. It's in a nutshell. And I think that kind of gives you also there was one of the things. I just have been in quite a conversation with Lauren Liu this past week, all about the historical preservation and keeping it very historically accurate. And our plan is that we would like to put, the only thing that would alter the historical look would be windows in the tower, a few windows. But in talking to him and Chris Wilbur in the event of a 300-year avalanche, we would need those windows to be shuttered when we're not there, obviously in the winter, because we won't be there, because of a powder blast. And so I was talking to him extensively about how we could keep the intrinsic historical look of the place just so, and he was like, he was all in. He wanted to be a part of having that be on his radar. Because since he's already worked on the building, as he's worked on most of them, but he just really wanted to help guide me in just keeping it straight. And then Bill Jones, here's the fine fellow we're purchasing the easement from over the Black Prince. And that is all gonna be, we've got a whole agreement and contract on that. It's just gonna be executed right upon closing. Because I haven't quite closed on the property yet, kind of waiting to see if it's a thing or not before we take that lead.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah. So anyhow, I don't know.
Yeah,
Austin, anything else I should say?
That's perfect.
I think it's great. It's a great introduction. And do you guys have any questions before we open it for public comment?
I'll do it after public comment.
All right, Pete?
Yeah, I'm good for public comment. It's fine.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open it to public comment. All right, Bill.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm public, as he mentioned, access to the Little Giant, historically and currently is through the Black Prince Lode mining claim, which is owned by Shenandoah Mining Company, which is I'm president of. And the trail that was through there was actually built, in the old days, and it's more than just a mule trail. It's what they used to build in the high country oftentimes were wide trails that were wide enough for narrow gauge wagon wheels. And that's how they got things like big boilers and stuff up to some of these locations. They'd actually strap wagon wheels to the bottom of the boiler, and then having a trail that was 3 feet wide or 4 feet wide, they could negotiate up to some of these sites. And so that's really what it looks like is going down to the Big Giant. It's wider than a mule trail, and probably wide enough for some small motorized vehicle like a smaller OHV, I suppose. In any event, we have executed a easement contract for that. The easement has been drafted by our attorney, who's a very experienced mining attorney up in Boulder County. We are granting ultimately permission to widen that into a full road if desired in the future. The reason we included that, even though it wasn't requested by Seth, is that the legal work and effort to go through a proper easement like this, it takes a lot of work, and we didn't want to give them some little narrow easement and then 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, or some other would want it widened or widened. And so that was the rationale for ultimately we would grant him a 30-foot wide easement, which is more than adequate for what he needs now. The other thing we've added is that there was a historic water flume from Little Giant Creek to the original mill that was on that site. That mill was built in 1895, and that flume and in fact the entire Little Giant Creek adjacent to Big Giant is all on the property owned by Shenandoah Mining. So he doesn't have any creek that's actually going through the contention of the Big Giant, I don't believe. But in any event, the upstream is definitely on the Black Prince and the Gold Lake. So in addition to the road access, we are going to grant a water line access right away along the historic flume right away. And we have entered into a contract with Dirk Hatter to survey all of the Black Prince claim and all of the Gold Lake claim on our behalf, since it just makes sense, since he's going to be out there, some of it's necessary for the services of his permitting and other work. And so that is kind of where we're at there. It's all good to go and signed and earnest money and all of that. And so once he closes on the property, the easements will be executed at the same time. Personally, of course, I'm very active in historic preservation, and as we all know, and as we've learned, the best way to preserve a historic structure is to use it for something economic, whether it be a commercial use such as like a powerhouse, or a residential use like he's talking about. And of course, you do know that there's a very limited number of historic structures left in the county. Was only the winter of 2018-19 when the upper terminal of the Shenandoah Dives Mayflower tram collapsed due to snow load, lack of maintenance, lack of any economic use. So I'm not sure there's too many more aerial tram terminal structures left in the county, but the Big Giant is certainly one of the oldest ones. It was very well researched by the Thayer brothers in their recent book on aerial trains. And so we're in favor of a success project.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Bill.
Yeah. Is there any other public comment to be made at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and open it up for discussion.
Okay, where's the trail in this picture?
The trail, the easement in,
The one that you're kind of proposing using, where's that trail?
it is right there. You can see the grade,
Okay,
and then it wraps around, comes right around to the building.
okay, so where's the, so this, the road.
The
is up
county
here.
road is just up out of your sight.
Okay,
The trail
okay, all right.
next right.
So that comes all the way around,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But you're not proposing doing a road, cause I'd love to see it just stay as it is.
I'm not
Sorry,
proposing
but-
to do a road. I'd kind of like to keep it sort of the,
You
like he
just gotta
says.
keep it as a 2-track just to get construction done.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, with the ability to take a two-wheel decent sized cart down to haul our materials and
But
things
you're
like
not
that.
planning on running like an ATV over or anything like that, you're just planning on,
Maybe a motorcycle. We don't have ATVs,
okay,
you know?
but it still sounds like pretty low impact though. You
Yeah.
don't have to clear a few rocks out and stuff.
So you're not
like
even gonna
that.
run a pickup down with construction materials?
No, we are gonna take it all in by hand.
Alright,
Which
well,
I-
And it's about 400 feet
okay.
to get in there.
So,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just think that's admirable.
Although, thank you, there is two wonderful piles of 2x8x16s that are left over from Zastro, and they are still in amazing condition.
State paid for those, so.
Yeah,
the state-
and a helicopter.
in a helicopter.
Yep.
So those are sitting there. Those are gonna be some of our preliminary building
Yeah,
materials.
that's awesome. It's already there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wanna pack all that stuff in.
Yeah.
It's already there.
But I've got two strong boys. They're excited about it.
There's some local contractors who were actually doing some pretty amazing temporary aerial tramways
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
too.
you're right.
So you could potentially
Yeah.
pick their brain
That's
about
actually not a bad idea.
about aerial, you know, moving material in.
Oh,
Yeah, just put a temporary cable.
oh, that would be
Maybe
amazing.
Tyrolean traverse or something like that and bring it in.
You know, cause just about from where
Yeah.
the path comes off of the county road, the old cable is laying there.
Yeah.
You know, if you got that thing taut again, you could sort of zing things right over, you know? That would-
Yeah.
Daryl and Nick just did it to Tom Moore.
Yep.
that would be
And
interesting.
another one they're currently working on now. Seen some other videos and photos of them.
Wow, I would love to chat with those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where would your windows be in the tower?
So the windows would be on the sides that are not depicted in this picture. There'd be the north side and the west side
Okay,
would be.
so though not, it's not historically correct, it still is gonna fit. the way I see it, so.
Well, and we're not gonna do like
Yeah.
white
Like,
vinyl, you know?
Plate glass windows and stuff like that, I think a window that fits the time period would be perfect, and Lauren will ensure that that happens, so.
Yeah.
What's the elevation up there?
It's 11.8.
And that's, is that just below that's right in our 1,000 square foot zone, right? Cause that goes from 11 to 12. Is that right?
Anything above 11,000 feet in elevation is limited to 1,000.
1,000 square feet, you're talking 400 feet, so.
Yeah.
No, that's okay, and then, like, where's the water line, the flume coming in,
So that would be coming in, the creek runs right about here
right?
and runs right up to the lake. And if you follow the creek, if you follow the creek up, there's actually an old steel pipe that fed their flume that's still sticking in the creek, and there's still water gushing out of it. And you follow from there, and there's just this little trail of wood now and leveling rocks and things that it sat on
Sure.
that wraps right around the back and comes right into
Okay,
the back.
but for now, you're gonna be just packing water in?
For now,
Okay.
yeah, I would like to talk to the Corps of Engineers and, you
I mean,
know,
I don't wanna see like a white pipe running up there or something like that, maybe just for lack of a better word, a rusty pipe, running up there taking water, just so it fits with the landscape,
definitely. It's all scree, it's all rock.
Right. It is.
And when I thought of doing it, I thought of using that either steel pipe or that really strong black thick water pipe and
Briscoe.
and completely covering it, because I wouldn't,
Okay.
I would not want to see a black
Right.
line going around
No, I
through
agree.
it, you know,
You're
it'd be nice to disguise it.
on the same line, so. Just as far as comments, no road, you're protecting a beautiful historic structure. I think it's an incredible historic structure. This is so low impact. I think it's just a really admirable project. It's much better than some we've seen for sure.
Well, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's the end of my, and you're seasonal and, let's see, backwater and water rights, you could apply for or whatever.
Yeah.
Or negotiate or whatever, so, okay, that's all my questions, you guys.
Pete, do you have any questions? It sounds like you'd be exactly what we need up there, a good steward of
Yep.
of Gold Lake, and I wish we could deputize you, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? That's awesome. I mean, because you know what's
Gold
going on up
Lake,
there. And if you see it and let them know, I love that, so good, no, it seems to be like low to no impact and you're using Lauren Lou.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in love with him, so.
Yeah.
Especially with historic stuff, I mean, that's, and Dudley, these guys, on the, I'm an excavator, do septic systems. The fact that they, you got their blessing on that, I mean, I don't see it sets a precedent, I think it's a great thing. So, I got zero problem with this.
Yeah.
Might wanna take my 15-year-old and send her with you for a while.
Bring her up.
Because she can't get away from this.
I know. I got a 15-year-old too, and that's
Yeah.
the goal. He
Yeah.
loves pounding nails too. He's a great little builder, and I'm like,
That's awesome.
man, if this was our project for the next few years before he's 18, I just think it
Exactly,
would be a huge impact
Yeah,
on it.
hang up that iPhone for a
Exactly.
hammer.
Are you hoping to do any work this fall? Because you said, especially on the tower, it does have that potential collapse with heavy snow load.
So I guess this brings about some questions I have.
Okay.
Is that I am right on the cusp of having Dirk do this whole survey, which is going to be pretty expensive, and wanting very much to go up and shore up a few things before the snow comes this fall. But that gets a little funny with not being the owner. I would love to close on it, but I also you know,
Need the survey.
well, I need the survey and as I've been told, it's not over till it's over with the meetings and things. And so I'm wondering, I would love to close on the thing tomorrow, just because we're so excited about it, but this right here is the point at which we
I have a
we
proposal,
decide.
is that we go into sketch plan preliminary final on this, because it's so simple. Can we do that without, I mean, with conditions, surveying, easement, different things like that, because I am worried about that building collapsing. And I would love to see you sign your contract tomorrow and be up there next week, shoring it up. And I think if we could facilitate this, it would be that.
I want to record this, Scott.
It is.
I don't think I've ever
It's on
heard that from
YouTube.
you. And that kind of blessing, I like to hear that, and I have no problem with that either.
Can we do that?
Zero problem with that.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I'm gonna
Based
just
on-
ask Willie what he wants to do.
based on,
Yeah, what do you-
staff
what do you need?
recommendation.
Talk to our lawyer about this.
Your other probably holdup is probably surveying for closing on the property, or
It is.
do you have to get surveyed before you can close?
Well, that's one of the requirements. Willie did mention that it's all there, you know, the building, the easement, you can see the flume, you can see it all. And
Must have the pins, are there some of the pins?
Well,
Yeah,
what
we did, I'll interrupt. Shenandoah Mine Company did aerial photographs of that in 1986 at the same time that Echo Bay did, because Echo Bay at the time owned the property up in that neck of the woods. Before we flew it, we paneled all the existing claim corners that we could find. Now, there weren't a whole lot, but there were some key ones. And that was surveyed by Terry Morris and a professional surveyor out of Durango. And then with that data, I had a draftsman basically, well, we had these topographical maps created, and then a draftsman laid all the claims on using what survey data that we did have. I don't know if any of that was included in the packet, but you know, you've seen that.
I've seen it, yeah.
From us. Basically, my opinion is that those maps that we did are pretty accurate, probably within 10-15 feet of the actual location of the sidelines. And there was a corner of the Big Giant extension claim that was visible until some years ago that we surveyed. That's basically the bottom corner of this property, because the next one, you know, is connected on here. And so I'm very confident that the location of these, and like the flume is visible in aerial photographs, the existing trails visible, and Dirk is going to actually survey that trail, survey that, well, you know, all of that's gonna be there, including, you know, our property at the lake and the like. So, I mean, you still need to have a survey, but I'm confident that we know where everything is, that we're not gonna wake up and, you know, half the tram house is sitting on my property, which is actually how the county maps show it.
It's good old GIS.
But we know those aren't, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, Dirk he is really excited about doing this, and it's kind of amazing. I called him up and he was like, well, let's do it. I love it. I'll put things aside. I want to go do this. I haven't been.
I was just gonna ask you, what's the schedule look like?
So he would be coming, I think he's scheduled for the when's the contract? Pretty sure it's the 24th. He's gonna try to get up there.
Yeah, there's a date in the contract.
Mhm. So it's coming right up. And, you know, he was real confident of the whole thing. He just was saying this is his favorite stuff to do, so.
And he did survey one of Shenandoah's properties 15 years ago that's a couple of claims down from where we're talking about, so, you know, they've already got controls.
He's got stuff to tie into them.
What do you say, Dennis?
Dennis, Willie,
Dennis and Willie, what do you guys think about combining steps?
are we jumping the gun?
So
or
it'd
not?
be a consolidation of steps under 4-109. Really? What do you?
This one's a little more complex than we usually do, but I think he's answered all the questions. I think you know, I'm looking through my conditions. And I'm trying to think if there's anything that we need to add.
Do we have something on the mine features, protection of the mine features in there? Is there any mitigation stuff up there?
Well, you do have one thing about the historic review committee.
Like the applicant will take no actions to degrade the historic significance of the site.
Okay,
The access easement. Okay, let me just go through
okay,
them. I mean, the first three are just the basic, he'll follow all the rules and regulations and
right,
acknowledge there's no emergency services. No, starting with 4 is that the applicant complies with the recommendation listed in the snow avalanche hazard report prepared by Chris Silver. The historic review committee or qualified archaeologists review and approve the historic preservation plans. That the applicant will take no actions to degrade the historic significance of the site. That any access easement to the property be obtained prior to the preliminary final application. Well, we would have to change that to prior to development. The claims are surveyed by a Colorado licensed surveyor, and the access route is staked out, and that's in the works. That the land use administrator visits right after the proposed improvements have been identified and staked. So as soon as dirt gets them staked out, then I need to go up and visit the site. Just to see if there was something that was unexpected. That be placed on the town's utility billing system for water and refuse. That whatever the proposed septic system be, that the Platte Public Health actually signs off on whatever system that is, so that, I mean, we've got a letter, but I think we need something specific that says you're using this and I'm good with this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Peter would have no problem doing that.
Yeah, and that's.
Is there building, I mean, is there building department review then of the remediations to the structure or not?
So Bevan, do you mean Bevan?
Yeah.
yeah,
So he came up with Jonathan Batson and I, and was like, as soon as this is passed, you give me a call and we will.
So he does have to get a building permit, to the building inspector.
He does, so you're gonna reside in there part-time,
Seasonally.
seasonally,
Mhm.
and then, so there's carry in, carry out waste, not, don't carry waste in, just carry waste. There's a lot of precedent here that I hate, but it's also, I would almost call it an emergency kind of situation. Emergency preservation of the degrading historic mine structure.
should we allow for just that and then just go, eventually have the preliminary final later? Can we just say, because we think it's emergency, here's. Gonna do that?
I think if you're gonna do it. I mean, I think you've got the consolidation steps under the 4-109. I'm just saying on the record, I just want a strong finding from the board that this is an extremely unusual situation in order to preserve a very important historic mining building. And we're going along with the recommendations of La Plata County's Public Health Department regarding the on-site wastewater treatment system or lack thereof. And this is extremely unusual and certainly not meant to set a precedent of any form.
Sure.
I think it's the best you could do, and.
I really appreciate that extra language from Peter Dietrich too.
Yeah.
In there too,
Right.
that just states how unusual this is and
how it's not setting a precedent.
And that this is not a precedent setting
Yeah.
And we don't have,
wastewater treatment system for their office as well.
we don't, I mean, we're gonna have people residing in the structure with very limited access to even down their driveway. It's gonna be like a hike-in situation, and yeah, I mean, I'm thinking we're not gonna run into many of these situations in the future. But I guess I am sort of suggesting this is the record. I guess I just made it.
Seth, are you gonna take the OSB, put it in, and then have a covering on the inside that matched what was in there maybe before, like a 1x12 type board or something like that? I assume that was probably what was in.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
just to retain the historical look. I mean, I understand the OSB for tying in the structure, but
And sheer strength, yeah.
but also covering it with something that looks like the time period of that time period or something.
I look to make the inside look like an incredible miner's lair. You know,
But something,
lanterns and
something
steel and
but I mean,
patinted wood.
something that
Yeah.
follows what was probably there before.
Exactly, and that's where Lauren Lou is gonna be really fun to
Okay.
talk to as we
All right.
progress, absolutely. It's not gonna be, it's not gonna be like sheetrock and stainless steel.
Right. That's what I'm getting at.
Exactly.
Just one comment on buildings, on a building permit. You're probably looking at two permits. You go for one for the emergency stabilization this fall, which is really just some structural work. And then obviously a building permit for converting it to a residence is a much more involved process. And that would be a later meeting.
Yeah, and that's something we could work on through the winter just to stabilize.
From your
it.
former county building inspector.
Yeah, what do you guys think? I mean, I think especially for emergency stabilization, that's fine. Do you guys want to see additional? The question is, what additional would we be requiring if for him to come back?
You know, I mean, there were a few items. That didn't come before the planning commission meeting, the Dudley's letter. The more formal letter from Peter. The
easement.
The contract with the surveyor. Those would be the things that would be taken back to the planning commission. And so you'd be seeing them at the next meeting, you've already seen them.
Sure.
I don't. I mean, and then just to give you an idea, schedule wise. Planning commission would meet the third Tuesday of October. It would come back to the commissioners. Maybe the first meeting it would come back to the commissioners' first meeting in November.
Yeah.
And so, and then, you know, all this after that would happen, so, the odds are pretty good that it could be shut out before then.
Sure. I mean, I we agree with Bill that like we could do two permits, one for emergency stabilization, but if there's not additional information that we need to give a final construction, permit.
Yeah.
And there is
Would you appreciate the time to review this a little bit further?
It's just gonna make me lose more sleep, so I'll do it.
To me, I mean, if you do a final with conditions. I mean, I know it's different than Mike Lou, it's a completely different project, but I'm just saying, with those conditions, we're kind of covered, aren't we?
I think if you did that for 109, if you felt like it was appropriate to consolidate, then make a record, consolidate. Technically, the applicant's supposed to provide a written request for consolidation. I think in lieu of the written request, you could say, would you please consolidate these proceedings on the record? And there's your request.
Would you please consolidate these?
And then I think it's really gonna come up to Bevan as well. I mean, he's gonna have his hands full. I mean, you're gonna have energy efficiency issues, you're gonna have, so insulation issues and then I think Bevan's pushing the new fire requirements as well. So, I mean, that's gonna be a challenge with you and Bevan. I'm sure he's gonna be great to work with.
Yeah,
But
that's not right.
that's
That's
like,
not
our problem.
that's all stuff that's like on what I would say the second permit, whereas.
Correct.
The first permit would be an emergency one just for stabilization and don't have to worry about it.
But you're not even gonna see the stuff with Bevan, so if you're
You're not.
not gonna do anything else, then and he's asked for consolidation,
And we are making the assumption that the minute we do this, you're gonna run up there and we're making that assumption that you're gonna run up there and stabilize that bad boy, so. That's our assumption.
if you can close the sale or with the permission. of-
Yeah, you just gotta get to the closing table.
Yeah.
And this is not a situation where someone's buying a mining claim in the high country and wants to put a primitive cabin on it and can't put a septic in place.
Right.
This is not that, this is, nothing even close to that. This is
Improving a historic building.
And I think that's your justification for the consolidation
Right.
is, to preserve the historic structure.
There you go.
Cause it's in danger of failing.
I would say like under building permits, he should probably get 2 building permits, one for the consolidation, so that, or one for moving forward with stabilization. And then one for actual construction.
I think that'll probably be up to Bevan, right?
Yeah, that's not our problem.
Yeah.
and Bevan has been really excited about it. He was like,
Everyone seems pretty.
Yeah.
Scott, you have a reputation.
So I wanted that reported.
All right, well, I guess we're looking for a motion then.
And if you don't mind, include the granting of the consolidation per the request of the applicant. And then whatever else you're gonna do.
I was gonna go to these guys to make it.
Well, okay, look at this little part. So I make a motion that we consolidate Seth Weber's sketch plan improvement application for the big giant and the contention into one sketch plan preliminary and final with all the conditions listed. And the fact that Seth has made a request for consolidation at this meeting. Is that good enough?
And then just go ahead and go into your motion then on what you approve. Or you can do 2 motions.
Okay, and essentially we're approving residential use of this tram house and restoration. Is that good enough?
I'll second it.
All right.
Can you make some comments in the discussion regarding why you're doing this?
Sure.
In terms of the emergency preservation and all
I
that.
think Willie said it.
Yeah, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the?
The reason for this consolidation is that the building is in danger of falling down, so we need emergency work done on it right now.
And I just want to add in there as well, just for the discussion, that this is a very unique scenario.
Yes.
And then I don't think it set a precedent for future developments. Approval because of how unique the situation is with historical restoration, the location. And all of it, and all the approvals that we've had from with a lot of help and the Lee Ashwood survey and the surveyor too. I think this is a very unique project.
Great.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion?
As long as Dennis is okay with this.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All in favor?
Aye.
So
Wow, thank you
Great.
guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, thank you for standing up.
Yeah.
Just set a record, just set a record there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me today.
Made history.
You
You just made history.
Planning commission too. Yeah. Good.
Thanks.
Anytime.
Yeah, thank
And the road access just getting improved.
I have heard just little tidbits of this, that the pinch.
The pinch is no longer a pinch.
Really?
Yeah.
When did they open it?
Yesterday.
But I thought, yeah.
Might have to take a look.
And you know why?
That's my wife, Chelsea.
Yeah.
Big one to come.
Awesome.
Yeah, and the better part of everything.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I've been looking forward to meeting you. I hear your name a lot.
Yeah.
Did you?
Not in vain, I hope.
No, all good. All right, thank you guys.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
I don't think, no, I don't think.
I'll just-
Okay.
Okay. I think this.
Anthony time.
I think those.
Our next-
good.
Time for the judge.
Our next appointment here is with Anthony Edwards, and I'm sure Mark is here as well to hear about the cooperative agreement with the EPA.
Yeah, I'd like
And the documentation we have
if
in front of
we
us.
could do the OHG first. I think Samantha is on the.
Okay, sure.
phone as
Yep.
well.
Yeah.
It's been waiting since.
You know, I got the, do you mind? Do you mind if I explain something quick?
No.
I got the letter from Anthony regarding some of the problems with our OHV ordinance. And yeah, these are, thanks for stating all those and going through it because it was very helpful, Anthony. I had been speaking with Hinsdale County a while back about their regulations, and we were aware and with the changes in 2023 legislatively to the penalties, that we needed to update our OHV policy. So in response to Anthony's letter, I went ahead and used Hinsdale's OHV ordinance as a template, converted it over and circulated it to Bruce and Anthony. Now, unless you really want to dig into that, I think I'll take your comments and incorporate and present them to Willie and the board at a future date.
Sure. So I just want to say, I just want to talk about court clerk Wright, who's on the phone right now, really looked at all that and presented it to me, and we worked on that letter. I think it really goes into what needs to be addressed, and also just working with law enforcement because they're doing new tickets, and that was one of the issues. When I make sure it dovetails with them, and we are both Clerk Wright and myself are happy to sit down if we need to do a work session. I don't know if we do, but we could pass it along. But we just want to make sure we get it right for everybody, the community, law enforcement, and the court system where we take this in. And that's where it's not been necessarily dovetailing more recently.
I really appreciate you guys looking at that. If you see anything like that and anything else that you're having repeated problems with, please just send it to my attention and we can jump on them. I would like your review of it if it's appropriate. Bruce weighed in on my draft that I presented to him last night, and you at the same time. He's already weighed in and made some suggested changes, nothing significant. But if you could find the time, if your clerk could just take a look at it and say, yeah, this looks about right, or if you see any other deficiencies in there, you don't have to worry about hurting my feelings.
Okay, that's great. We just want to make sure it works with the court system with the state.
Yep.
Samantha, did you want to weigh in on anything right now with that?
No, I wasn't aware that a proposed petition had been circulated yet. I'm not in the office today, so.
Okay.
Well, how it fits in with what we were proposing in terms of updates ordinance, and I'm not sure if a workshop is necessary or if we can just go back and forth with the county attorney. But it sounds like we've got a good plan in motion.
Okay, I think what we'll is pass along what Sheriff Conrad said. We'll make sure that we don't want to hurry up and do this before we know that everything is just all in dovetailing. But that's great.
And I think I didn't talk to the sheriff about his ticketing format or anything, and maybe that should be between you guys, just to make sure it's consistent on that.
Sure,
You're the
we'll,
one that deals with the
yeah,
hands-on.
yeah, and it goes into the system from the state, which has limitations. That's what we're just making sure.
I think we're in good shape on it, but
Yeah.
take a look.
Okay.
And then I was told by the chair today that he believes Hinsdale might be putting their OHV use on ballot measure to get rid of it.
Is that, do you have any information on
I
it?
tried looking that up and I didn't see anything.
I was told they were, and then they weren't, and I don't know. I have no idea what status that is right now.
Okay, we'll reach out to them.
Yeah.
There weren't a whole lot of people at our last CCI regional, people who weren't there, but there was nobody from Hinsdale there, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they were
And,
hopeful.
and we were supposed to meet with them last Friday, but that got canceled.
That fell through.
So,
And Hinsdale was hopeful that our ordinances would match up so that people would have consistency when they went over the passes.
okay,
I have to wear a helmet here and I also have to wear a helmet over there, kind of thing.
yeah, yeah, we've been working hard on the consistency of messaging and things, so this is another good step in that direction.
Thanks, Anthony. I didn't mean to hijack you, but I thought I'd expedite it a little bit.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
Samantha, do you have anything else?
No,
Okay.
not at this moment.
Thanks again for all
Thank
your
you.
work on identifying those issues.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
We ready?
Mhm.
So this will only take about 45 to 50 more minutes.
All right, then. Thank you.
I don't think we need to, I don't think we have to, wait for Dennis. I think everybody knows that we were looking to try to extend out, the cooperative agreement, that was to 2029. We were in negotiations and look, it was a difficult period. This is not a time that the federal government is really, extending contracts. In fact, they're looking much more, they're scrutinizing them a lot more than they have historically done. The staff at the EPA since last November, December worked with us, and we are awarded over $1 million to extend the contract with the EPA going into 2028, 2029. In addition, that would be for 28, 29, the personnel cost for county staff. That would be $314,000 for those 2 years in that extension.
Say that again, the cooperative agreement is gonna be, the $1 billion starts in 2028 or does it start?
Let me go through this. It's gonna
Okay,
be,
sorry.
so yeah, it's a little,
It's complicated.
that's, yeah, so in 2028 and 29, we needed to extend for the administrator and administration funds to reimburse them. So that's county, that's Willie, well, the administrator's time, that's
Planner's time.
planner's time, and that is also well, the liaison, and then that's also the assessor. Clerk and assessor, yeah. So that's 150 plus a year for 28 and 29. Okay. So 314,119 to be exact. Then for dust suppression, for 25 to 29, that would be mag chloride. That's $193,000 spread out over 20. So that's approximately 50,000 a year for mag chloride that we were not receiving before. And just to be clear, that's mag chloride for snow removal for 28 and 29. And for road maintenance for 28 and 29, that's 204,000. So that's 100,000 additional funds we'll be getting in 28 and 29 very similar to what we were getting before, but we've extended it out. That's for a total of about $1,060,055. So the mag chloride starts earlier, the others is to extend us out into 2029. We'll probably be bringing, there's two things that I want to work on with Willie. A notification or a article for the newspaper about how they have helped us with these things. So I think there's a lot of people that don't know about it. And the others I would like to do is there's a few people that I think we could give a thank you for doing this when they weren't sure if they were going to have a pink slip in their email box. Y'all are good. We'll be bringing some thank you cards from the county.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any question about that right now?
No, that explaining, because my only note on this was, could you break this down, please?
Yeah, and I can give you
Yeah.
all that
No,
document.
but you
Some of it's from 28, 29, but the mag chloride starts this year.
starts 2025, but no,
I know that's gonna help, and that we need the mag.
I
think so.
Good, and good job on getting this. I mean, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it was, the agency's pretty happy with, working with us. They feel like it's gone well. And so that's where we are.
And basically, thanks to Anthony's work, we're essentially getting from EPA finally what was.
Right. It's taken a long time and a lot of work.
Yeah.
This cooperative agreement was, as you remember, Scott, back in the inception, is almost 10 years old,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
well, this
You
is,
don't want to ignore that.
this is incredible.
So it's a
Yeah,
lot of
and
work.
just
In
so,
today's time.
yeah, and so one of the things I want to let you know that we will want to start in 2028, having discussions with them. That's as long as one contract can go out. I don't anticipate that everything's gonna be done then, right? We don't, and we'll want to start talking to them about a new contract.
Yes.
Before we get out of 2028 and it ends in
Right,
2029.
is that line treatment plant
Yeah.
isn't being built in the
Yeah.
next 3 years?
Say, well, there's gonna be work for the next decade.
Yeah.
I believe we're gonna wanna,
Yes.
well, I don't believe, I know we want to
We want it all in place.
get a new contract in place.
Yeah. good
And
idea.
we'll talk about that more in a work session.
I mean, this last one, and this was just an extension, it took
Yeah.
what, better part of a year.
Yeah, yeah. That's why, like, we'll talk about it more. I have an idea,
I
like,
mean, maybe we've got to start next week.
well, there's some truth to that. I mean, yeah. We definitely want to watch some things that we'll talk about in a work session.
Good.
So, I'll yield the other 40 minutes I have for you.
And we really did, the EPA people we were working with, it's really been supportive on
Yeah.
that, so.
Yeah.
They're in a difficult time for them.
This is incredible.
Good.
That's,
To me, this is incredible.
yeah. Well,
Good piece of work, Anthony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
yeah, thanks for the support. And like I said, we'll get some things from some people. We weren't, I think Pete knows and Scott knows, and from the beginning, they wouldn't let us have mag chloride in the first part of it. This is the first time we're getting mag chloride.
Yeah.
Cause they said that wasn't, and then
Yeah.
people on the ground realized that, yeah, we need it, and they went to bat for us.
One of the questions in the weeds of the details here. Is, here on page 10, it says like the recipient may not use circle funds to purchase a transportable or mobile treatment system. Just want to make sure that mag chloride, they're not going to be like, oh, but in that detail there, you can't use mag chloride because it's a transportable thing, the application that you're putting on the road.
It's, no, we're good there.
All right, okay.
I think the only thing we need right now is an actual, we're doing we need a vehicle that can apply that, and we're working on that, right?
Right.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you in a while, that's my understanding.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
we can talk more about that in this session.
yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the other thing is, I actually had to sign a document saying that we wouldn't use any of this money for lobbying.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I think we have more pressing needs than lobbying.
Yeah.
And if our lobbying efforts don't go very far.
They don't even stop when they drive by, right?
No, they don't.
Exactly. Yeah.
They take the long way around.
You're here, but was talking earlier, I got a pretty last minute invitation to go see Hickenlooper over in Uray. He was driving through here anyway, but he stopped for a photo op at Crystal Lake, but I think I had about 90 seconds to talk about
In Uray.
San Juan County in Uray after driving over there, and was kind of cut short, and it was just a little frustrating to see, every interest group and everybody in Uray who wanted to be there get their opinions, but nobody from San Juan County, other than
The old redheaded stepchild.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I will be drafting a letter saying, next time we'd appreciate it if you could stop for a few minutes and hear some of our constituents' concerns as well, without, or at least our elected officials.
yeah. That's why, I mean, it's just why we're talking about this. The regional administrator, the new regional administrator at the EPA, wondered if he should come down during the Go King, and I said, no, we'd rather you come here when we can just talk. And that's what we usually want, is we want to be, we want to have an opportunity to have a real discussion without distraction. And we are talking to Joy about that, when we can maybe get him down here.
Good.
And we probably will talk about that next week, and then we'll let you all know too. So we'll want to have a bigger meeting with the commissioners. So.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll yield my 35 minutes now.
There you go.
Anthony, thanks for your hard work.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Yeah.
Thank you guys for all your help.
Quite
Yeah,
cool.
well, we've had a good relationship. They know that we have issues and they prefer we had it like, lean into them with them before we go write a letter, and it's, and that's why
It's a
Yeah.
good way to do it.
Are you too busy to do the tour with us?
No, I'm going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, we're hiking close.
Well, I'm not going in this. So what?
We're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go eat lunch anyway.
What are our logistics right now?
I think we're gonna probably have to break for lunch here.
Okay.
And then I don't know, what are you guys thinking timing wise? Cause I assume we probably have another 15-ish minutes, and then we'll adjourn.
I think we've covered it.
We could zip that right now, if you want.
We got.
Two or three, a couple of things, I think we could.
Yeah, we're gonna
Information only, though, right?
Yep.
I just want to go through this.
Yeah. I think
Why don't you
finish.
text me? I gotta go do a couple of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you text me when you go, or 15 minutes from us, okay?
Sure.
Yes.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
I think we are.
We're not doing. a lot.
Well, we gotta go for lunch too, so.
Oh,
We gotta go just
I thought he was doing,
Sandwiches?
bag lunches.
Oh, we're doing bag lunches?
Are we doing bag lunches?
Well, I kind of figured maybe we'd get sandwiches, either the grocery store or the deli, or we can
Sure.
just go for lunch and then take off. It doesn't matter.
I'd go for the bag sandwiches, then we can just eat on the way while we're.
Okay.
I don't know if that's gonna mess up Anthony's time frames. If he needs a little more time to go home and change.
I don't care, you guys, you got me.
Let's take 15 to go at least grab lunches, and that way.
Exactly. We could have a fast one.
Yeah. No, and this may take.
I got
take a couple minutes.
some things to
So,
figure out
just,
sure too, so.
We actually got, notice from, Alex that our ballot issue has been certified.
Excellent. The state was okay with that?
With that,
The state was okay with it?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. They only signed it. I don't know if we sent it to the state, they signed it.
No, I think they had it
I
certified.
think they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
All right.
The San Juan National Forest, took their fire ban off.
BLM's taking theirs off tomorrow.
Are they taking, I heard they were just going down to stage 1.
100% tomorrow. They're already down to stage 1.
Well, they've already gone down.
They're sending firemen tomorrow. I talked to Megan Bass yesterday.
Okay, because that was the last I heard was they were going to stage 1.
Yeah, they had a meeting yesterday. She didn't hear back. She didn't text me back until 6 o'clock last night. So she heard back from somebody that they've.
So I had put out a email to Bruce and Gilbert, because basically the way our resolution reads is that either of them can
Rescind it.
rescind the.
Yeah,
And they had both came back and said they would be good with going to stage 1. And then looking at, eliminated entirely. But if BLM and Forest Service are both,
I think it's raining.
yeah,
I think if they both eliminated.
Sorry.
I mean, one of the things, again, we try to be consistent, so we're.
Yeah.
You have to be consistent. Yeah.
I just think we should be consistent on one or the other, and maybe we should put this in. I think we could probably make it a written policy that we just follow into fire bans too, based on certain things. But we didn't go into stage 1 until Forest Service went into stage 1, because they have an upper and lower elevation
Right.
threshold, whereas BLM
They went.
has.
Because they have the.
They have the whole lower elevation, so I would be more in favor of following along with the Forest Service recommendations of our fire restrictions, and it just is a little inconsistent for us to go into stage 1 because the Forest Service went into stage 1 even though BLM was already in stage 1, and then go back to stage 1. I don't know.
It's funny you should bring this up.
Yeah.
Because I'm in the process of looking at rewriting the fire ban ordinance. Just because it needs to be addressed, it needs to be updated by statute. And so maybe you guys need to workshop this and talk about it. The other thing is, I believe statutorily we have to have a burn permit policy in place as well. So it's gonna take a little bit more work, but if you guys wanna think about it and give me some general guidelines, I can get some kind of draft.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that required the statutory update was the fireworks thing. They changed the statute a few years back to say you could not just blanket eliminate the use of fireworks. There's this period of time that if you eliminate in there, you have to make specific findings. There must be a strong fireworks lobby out there or something. That's the way it looks.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can draft something and then you guys can adjust it, or you guys can talk about it first, or.
Yeah. Gilbert had a sample permit for a burn permit that he had put to us a little while ago, so we could absolutely get that.
Yeah, otherwise
right
I've
too,
got, otherwise, Plata has one, I've looked at theirs,
Yeah, and I think that's who we borrowed it from.
oh, okay,
yeah, so I think it's,
all right.
He requested maybe 2 years ago that we do this.
Our current, fire ban ordinance basically says that if we don't rescind it, it stays in effect until there's 6 inches of snow on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because that's when it'll be safe.
Yeah.
The other thing we ran into, we went into, and I don't know how we address this or if we do address it, but when we went into stage 2, we had calls from people that were residing in the county that relied on wood stoves, and when it got cold and rainy and they couldn't light their fires, it got pretty uncomfortable for them.
Yeah.
Still better than fire.
Well, I know that's, I don't know how we resolve it, but it is an issue.
I mean, I think maybe
Fireplace and a fire ring are two different things, you know?
Yeah, and
We get that.
and maybe we can. It's just hard. It's like if you have an older permitted or an older cabin, and nobody's verified that your chimney has a spark arrestor or screen on it, or if you took it off.
Yeah.
maybe,
That's kinda-
maybe that could be part of your
And
permit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that might be.
Yeah, and then if you wanna continue to burn, then we have somebody can come in and have a burn permit and certify with a picture or whatever that they have a spark arrestor on
Could
there.
do something like that.
Yeah, okay,
That they have, yeah,
yeah,
that may be the way to approach that.
yeah.
Oh.
And I also like, cause we had discussed too that either Bruce or Gilbert could rescind, stage one, so we should be in stage one now. Since both agencies went into,
Yeah. Just
nothing
rescinding
for
it.
stage one,
Yeah.
we should, like, and I had called Jim yesterday and said, well, why don't we just go back to stage one last Friday when the Forest Service announced, that they were going back in, and Jim was like, oh, well, we really wanted to go to the meeting for the commissioners, and I was like, well, I thought we discussed that we didn't necessarily have to wait, a full
No.
2 week cycle and.
And that's when I got the notice from the Forest Service that they were that they were dropping their fire ban. I sent out an email to Jim and Gilbert and Bruce and said, look, if we have notice from the fire, or ideally we wanted from the fire marshal, we wanted from the sheriff
Yeah,
to do it because he covers the whole county. Gilbert only
it
covers
half of this, yeah.
the county, not including the.
La Plata's also out of fire
Yeah.
ban too, 100%, so,
But
I had a fire last night.
yeah. And it just, yeah, I mean, and it's now hunting season, it's rainy, it's cold.
Why not?
And while I take fire, very seriously, and when they have the recommendations from these organizations with their matrices and things that we should be in fire ban, absolutely, but we're also, discouraging a lot of people from coming and visiting here, or, it's an economic driver to have people come and camp.
It's in Molly's Lake, she said.
Yeah, for sure, yep.
Would you rather just simplify it and follow the federal?
I almost would say we should just follow the Forest Service's guideline. Cause and we've asked the Forest Service and the BLM to get in line so that they can. Communicate and talk to each other about this, but the left hand doesn't talk to the right, and I'd rather go with the Forest Service office's recommendations than the BLM's at this point, because it seems to be more.
They're the ones,
consistent.
with the scientific, they're the ones, either agency have the scientific tools that are measuring.
Yeah,
Whether you should be in stage 1 or 2 or anything like that.
Right.
So.
yeah,
well, and the thing was with Forest Service was they didn't have a higher elevation and lower elevation. It was, one size fits all, and then they realized that, Nevada County might need a fire ban or stage 1, but once you get up in elevation, it wasn't necessary, so that's when they broke it up. BLM is still at that thing where their whole service area is under one set of rules, so when it's dry and burning up in the lowland, they put their fire restrictions in, and it could be raining up here.
Remember that was that thing that was affecting the train when they did that, they were basing the trains ban on.
off of Pagosa and Pagosa and Dolores, I think.
Yeah.
Was their closest,
Yep.
closest comparables.
So I guess I don't know what.
Well, let me take a look at it, and I've looked at some others around the state as well and stuff, but I've got some samples I'm looking at, and I think I saw one where they followed the federal. But once I get the basics down, then you guys maybe workshop it, and we've got until next fire season to figure it out and adopt a new one.
Yeah.
Does that make
Right.
sense?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's a little silly that we're like a little bit behind when we get so far behind, and it's like, oh, so we're in stage 2 and the
rest of the world is in stage 1 or
gone. Well, and it's gone, and so nobody in town or nobody on the private property, but if you just walk straight over to public land, then it's fine to burn wherever, I think,
And the town did remove theirs Monday night.
completely or go back to stage one?
I thought they removed it completely, but I could be wrong. I'd have to go back. and
Okay.
look. I thought that's
Yeah.
what they were gonna do, but
Yeah.
I don't, I didn't see, so I won't forward that.
I mean, and it is like apparently we're never gonna completely get on board with BLM and Forest Service, because we've had instances where BLM's in stage 2 and Forest Service has no fire restrictions. And so we've had literally, free for all on one side of, the road, and then on the other, it's, can't step, can't smoke a cigarette unless you're in your enclosed vehicle, or,
Well, the
operate your,
sheriff's been complaining about that, you got someone out there camping, and during a fire ban. They don't have a fire, and they look over there and there's a fire, and they go, well, what the heck? When they build a fire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got a
Sure.
text
Yeah.
from the Rio Grande side from a former employee saying, is the fire ban still in effect? There's 3 people around us with fires.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she did,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Anyway,
All right, well, I'll be working on that.
Yeah, well, and to complicate it just a little further is we actually have, the uncompahgre forest is in San Juan County, and the Rio Grande National Forest is in San Juan County, so.
Yeah.
We actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
you go.
I mean, it really can be a bad.
So.
But the Forest Service people kind of seem to communicate with each other a little bit, sometimes.
So, what do we do right now, though, as far as our present fire restrictions? Are we make a motion to take them off, or do we have to wait for the fire marshal to take it off? Where are we at in the very present?
I'd have to look at our ordinance that we don't even really honestly look at that often.
I think it just gets rescinded, and I think one of the reasons it's not on our agenda is because it's at the discretion of the fire marshal, but to rescind it, but.
No, yeah.
Or did you have something?
No, I actually had put it on the agenda, and then, but I copied, it was the last thing I put on, and the copy I used to make copies didn't have.
Oh, it didn't have it on there, okay,
But I had it on for discussion because.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, cause I think we need to do some kind of action. Whether it's us or somebody else, or at least call the fire marshal and say. We're in consensus that we should get rid of the fire ban. Will you do that? There's gotta be some kind of procedure.
I also called Bruce to have, to invite him to the discussion today and see, or at least see what his thoughts were if he wasn't able to make it too, but I didn't hear back from him.
I think he's in court. I think he was in court today.
Yeah.
Cause I talked to him this morning.
And I talked to Jim, and Jim's in Crested Butte or something this weekend for another thing. He said he conflicted and he wouldn't be able to be here, but I got his thoughts.
He's got a meeting down at town hall with the annual, the group that comes in and leads us through the routine of, how
An emergency.
how set we are or.
Okay,
Yeah, we rate ourselves. And of course, again, it was during the commissioner meeting.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
commissioners or administrators would be involved in determining how we're rated for emergency.
The ordinance is very vague.
yeah. Well, I would say since I heard it from our BLM rec planner that BLM is gonna go out of fire, that we, I think we either make a motion to direct the fire marshal to make a determination to take us out of fire ban, or we make a motion to remove fire ban from the county with pending approval of the fire marshal.
I like that.
Yeah, all right.
I was gonna suggest that.
That's pretty
Okay.
What do you guys, what is your?
Yeah, all right, well, that's easy.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
I can say it again if you want.
That's
All
perfect.
right, so I make a motion that we well, actually, we'll want to revoke our resolution, right?
You're gonna do a motion to revoke the fire ban resolution pending the approval of your fire marshal.
Correct, There we go, the best.
But he said.
I was like, do I need to like say out our resolution 2025-05 or whatever it was?
I think it's fine.
Okay,
So
all right.
you made that motion.
Yeah,
I
and he
got it.
seconded, so all in favor?
I,
No,
Sorry, I should have asked for.
you made it as a motion or?
Yes,
I-
no,
I did, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
and Pete seconded.
And, move to rescind the fire ban resolution based on, or, what was the?
condition was fire marshal.
Pending.
Yeah, pending approval of the
That I
fire
didn't,
marshal.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I was Searching for.
Did you get a second?
Pete, yeah,
Yeah.
Pete did.
Did, and then
And
that's based upon the actions of the federal agencies in lifting their bans?
correct. Yeah. And do we also need to outline that it's stage 1 and stage 2, because we had 2 different resolutions for those?
No, because of, if we're yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Man, you guys are thick today.
I don't know, that was the other thing I was thinking about. I don't remember ever going from stage 2 back to stage 1. We've always gone to
Gone from
stage
stage
2
2 to
and
nothing.
then just rescinded because,
Huh.
I mean, usually when you get stage 1 in, that's when it starts raining, but this time occasionally you have to do 2 stages before it starts.
I
raining, but
had to call around a little bit and be like, what happens if things go into stage 3? And we have some things coming in and clarification too, because like there's different agencies have different firearms restrictions, and with hunting season coming up, it was like, so what happens if we continue to be in stage 2 during hunting season, or are we going to stage 3? And Jim actually had the best answer after calling both the Forest Service and CPW. Jim was like, well, stage 3 is basically you're shutting down the forest, so probably not happening, but
just for your information, I just wanted to let you see a copy of the letter from the fire chief concerning parking down at Anvil.
yeah,
We got it.
yeah. Is Chrissy able to kind of notify the tenants down there?
Colin is actually working on it.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, yeah.
They'll take care of it. So
Yeah,
it shouldn't be a
I think
problem.
it should be all right.
The small communities workshop, if anybody is available to go to that, we used to go to them pretty regularly prior to COVID, and they go on stand, so.
I'll probably try and go where, can't remember where to say it was again.
Breckenridge.
Yeah, I might try and go to that if I can.
They worked, actually, previously, so why we were actually really good at.
Yeah.
I'd say if I can go off as well, but. And then, I don't know if you guys got the emails, or if they all came to me, from, San Miguel Power. That, on September 23rd, they're having their board meeting, in town at the Grand Imperial, and, the commissioners and myself have all been invited to lunch so that they can give us a update on what's going on in this area.
Yeah.
So,
What day is that?
23rd, I don't know.
September 23rd?
September 23rd, yeah.
What time?
Doesn't say.
I would assume noon
Yeah, just
for lunch.
keep us posted. I may or may not be able to go. Depends on if I got else.
That was all I had.
Okay.
All right. Can I adjourn this meeting if there's no further business at 1:25 p.m.?
Want to ask for public comment?
Oh, I thought we did before we did that. Okay, If there's any,
We might.
yeah,
It doesn't hurt.
I thought we had, but yeah, if we haven't asked for public comment, if there's anyone from the public who'd like to speak, please go ahead and do so now. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and adjourn the meeting.
Hey, there you go, Willie. So are we gonna meet back here at 2 then, or?